Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me. You already know we back with another one of them things. Right now, we will be discussing a whole lot of Charlotte Hornets basketball, a whole lot of Lamelo Ball right now, ladies and gentlemen. There's so much to talk about with the Charlotte Hornets because so little has been done. You know, to be honest with you, the Charlotte Hornets, you know, it's just a never-ending saga, you know, in the crazy pitfalls and the ups and the downs that's transpired since the days of Lamelo Ball, you know, getting called by the Hornets. You know, it's been crazy, but we are here right now. And the present day Charlotte Hornets right now, they have not made any major moves. You know, Lamelo Ball is being tasked with something that some people may view as impossible. Some may view as just can't happen. And I'm here to tell you it's going to happen. Lamelo Ball is more than capable of taking control of this offense, taking command of this organization, galvanizing the troops of this young roster. We have a lot of them. You know, we've had guys that just got selected. We're going to get into Mark Williams, selected 15th overall by the Charlotte Hornets. Yes. He showed bright signs out in the summer league. We're going to get into James Bouknight, selected number 11th overall a season ago, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. We're going to get into all of these young guys, the JT Thors. I expect some of these guys that people may laugh at right now to pay huge dividends because there is no other option. You know, that people ain't just walking through the door imaginary. You know, you gotta use what you got. And Lamelo Ball is more than capable of getting the best out of each and every single one of these guys and making the Charlotte Hornets a threat in the Eastern Conference and fighting for a playoff spot. Make no mistake about the situation right now. I'm here to tell you. We're going to get into it. We ain't even get started. I salute to everybody in the chat. We got a star-studded chat as usual. We love you. We got a star-studded panel. All access. What's the deal, Dex? Talk to the people. We live.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine. I salute the panel. Rave, how you doing, brother? I hope you're feeling good. You know what I'm saying? Because we all know that, we all know you've been going through it. And we got our best wishes on your back. And shout out to the chat and shout out to everybody that's rocking with Flight Sports TV this evening. Flight, I don't know what is going on in this YouTube landscape. People still have their doubts about the status of a Lamelo Ball in the Charlotte Hornets. We talked about it. Back-to-back streams, Lamelo Ball wanting 3 things, and 2 of the 3 has been surfaced. The keys, he has the keys. He's the face of the franchise. He didn't ask to be the face of the franchise, but when you get the keys, I mean, that it goes without saying. His jersey number, he will be MB1 officially, and was still hanging in the balance is the status of LiAngelo Ball. He wants LiAngelo Ball by his side, not just as a brother, but as a teammate. And those things are being discussed. We heard Stephen Clifford talk about the type of offense he want to play. And if you read in between the lines from everything Clifford said in that interview, It spells Lamelo. Lamelo. Okay? If you parse his words that was a part of that interview, it spells Lamelo. Lamelo. Let's get
Amen.
this thing rocking.
Yes,
Amen.
sir. We ain't even get started yet. Rave Kingdom, what's the deal?
Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat. It's a delightful Tuesday at 9 something Eastern time. I don't know what Pacific time is. I don't know, 7, whatever it is. But anyways, yeah, we talking about boy Lamelo Ball. This is amazing. Hope y'all already tuned in. I'm so glad to be here. Fight Sports TV, the hottest in the streets. Shout out to y'all. Man, this is crazy because it's sad. It's the sad truth, especially with the lack of moves that Charlotte has done. And which means is Lamelo Ball gonna have some young core with them, man. You know, they got this what's his name, McGowan's guy. We got this a couple
Yeah,
dudes.
McGowan's.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're
McGowan's,
gonna get
whatever
into
you say
all of
his
these
name.
guys. All of these
Right.
guys are gonna pay dividends, Rave. Oh, back to what I
But
was
no,
saying. Go, keep going, Rave.
but no, I was saying that we I know that our boy what's his name? Melo Bouknight. That's what I wanted. That kept yeah, that's what couldn't come to my head. Bouknight, we have to see something out of him. I know he been in the G League. I know he at one time he was at the roster, but at the same time, it's like, bro, you gotta show us something, bro. I don't know. I heard his natural position is shooting guard, not point guard. So we'll see. But our boy Lamelo got.
Right, Rave. You brought up Bouknight. Great point on James Bouknight. I want to kind of leave it right there with James Bouknight for 1 second. This guy was drafted number 11th overall. I believe that this guy right here, James Bouknight, is more than capable of, shocking the world, and he's talented enough, to be, a focal point in this new Charlotte Hornets offense. Some people might be like, "Oh, James Bouknight." Listen, we don't know what the hell the offense is going to look like under Mr. Stephen Clifford, whatever the hell you want to call him. We don't know. Let's give this guy a chance. For all we know, he got a plan. So let's just wait and see, and then we deal with him as things happen. But as of right now, Clifford ain't did nothing wrong. He ain't even do nothing yet. So let's give this guy an opportunity to make something out of these young guys. He said he's gonna give Lamelo the ball in the open floor. There's things he want to see, playing with a flair, all of that good stuff that this guy mentioned. I expect all of these guys to get just soak up all of the benefits of Lamelo Ball playing the style that Steve Clifford said. Let's see if Steve Clifford own up to the words that he said. That's what matters. Because we've seen coaches, sit up here and say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna do this. Oh, we're gonna do that," and what happens? We seen what happened with the Bulls for crying out loud. We seen what's this guy's name? Billy Donovan run up a bunch of craziness that he was saying, and that we didn't see much. We got DeMar DeRozan just foaming out the mouth of Lonzo Ball, but sometimes we don't see the style, that's conducive, to winning. So let's see if Steve Clifford, honors this offense, or does some other people get involved, and we're gonna get into those other people in a second. It's Flight Sports. So all access. What's the deal, Dex? We was just touching on my man James Bouknight. How good is he?
Well, one thing about James Bouknight, I mean, we have our microscopic view on him based on the hoopla of him coming out of UConn and how much he was served as a tall point guard, being on the cusp of taking over for the Terry Rozier of the world, or maybe some aspect of Gordon Hayward. But then once they got that trade, I mean, was it a trade or he just picked up from free agency Kelly Oubre? I think the Kelly Oubre addition to the Charlotte Hornets kind of put Bouknight a few steps back.
Yeah,
and not on yes, thank you, Ray. And not only that, Kelly Oubre played pretty good in his role. You follow what I'm saying? And so Bouknight was relegated back and forth to the G League, And that upset the young man. And to some degree, I don't blame him because he probably was promised something else during his contract negotiation when he signed as a rookie, a drafty rookie. And, those things are promised to you. He probably bought in. He probably didn't see the politics. But now, after a year of maturation, he probably see the politics. He talked to some other probably veteran players among the Charlotte Hornets, Melo as one. And now he's probably a calmer, gentler, sentient human being. So I don't think Bouknight will be as ferocious with the attitude as he was under the James Borrego system with Steve Clifford, because what Steve Clifford has been touting, I'm only going by his words. I'm not saying he's the guy that I want, because I know people like to fill in the blanks. You know what I'm saying? I'm only saying, according to what he's saying, these young players is going to be put up to the forefront. This what he want to attach himself to. Unlike Borrego, want to be more like a Popovich, want to attach himself to the veteran players. But the veteran players that Charlotte had just wasn't that good. So he attached himself with subpar talent. Clifford already talking about Lamelo. This guy is really excited to have his fingerprints on Lamelo Ball. All we're going to have to see, how is this going to, how this chemistry will augment itself between coach and player. And Stevie Cliffy is on record as saying it's the player's game. You follow what I'm saying? All we got to do is just fine tune certain things and work on have certain targets and have that conversation. And he believes, from the way that he knows of LaMelo thus far, that LaMelo will be welcome into improving his game under his watch.
Right. Do you think he can validate that number 11 selection, with this new offense, or is it too early to tell?
Right.
No, Bouknight. Okay, go ahead, Ray. You go ahead, Ray.
And my apologies. I just wanted. I didn't mean to cut everybody off. I just wanted to say, listen, Fight Sports TV gives you this every night, man. The least y'all can do is hit the like. We give this every night. Literally, we bring the greatest content right now. Nobody's even giving content right now. Everybody's on slow mode because it's the off season. But here we are taking our times out. Got all these people in the chat. Y'all can hit that like button, man. Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, so I believe Bouknight will validate that 11 slot of 2021 where he was drafted and move forward, because we know that Bouknight can put the ball in the basket. But what we don't know is that does Bouknight has structure to his game that will allow him to flourish night in and night out. Not to be a flash in the pan. Not to have one explosive game of 30 and then have about 4 more games after that of merely 9, 10, 12, 13 points and things of that nature. Can Bouknight develop the mental fortitude to challenge himself day in and day out, game in and game out, city to city, to be a force alongside Melo to anchor this young team that's going to develop up under the Steve Clifford watch? Because I believe they're going to move some people and they might bring in some people. I believe the people that they're trying to bring in going to have some meanness to them. I don't know who the player is or how his veteranism will apply and will integrate with Charlotte Hornets. I'm not saying I got all the answers. I'm not some of these other cats that feel like they have all the answers and they're never wrong. Okay, that's not me. I've been living too long to know I don't know shit. But one thing I can say, right, is that Steve Clifford and Michael Jordan have a relationship. He brags about this. So if he's bragging about this, that means it's okay to let people know that you have an open door to the front office if things are not going right amongst the players. And I believe that is only because of the happiness they must maintain with LaMelo Ball and the happiness they must maintain to some degree with James Bouknight. Because I believe these are the two they're going to go forward with. They're going to go with this youth movement and see how far it takes them. And then they will slowly integrate some of the veterans that may be out there in free agency, especially after the All-Star break when teams kind of, settle in to what they're going to be from the second half of the season. Like,
Right. Hoop Jogger, what's the deal? Shout out to Hoop
Yeah,
Jogger.
what's the deal, man?
We appreciate you for stopping by with us.
Yeah, man, I'm happy to be here, man.
Right.
Dex was
What's your
cooking.
thoughts on this topic?
Yeah, I think Dex is on point, man. I mean, he coming in after James Borrego, so it's like you got to come with a different game. So how are you going to change the previous regime? And it kind of reminds me of Darvin Ham coming in for the Lakers, coming in with a different motto than your boy. God damn, why can't I think his name? Who just got fired?
Frank Vogel.
Frank Vogel. All right. So this reminds me of that because I mean that's generally how it is when you come in and take over a program. You got to kind of come in and kind of shit on the last coach in an undercurrent way, and then come in and present something different. So, and it seems from the moves they're making, like Dex was saying, they going with the youth movement, which is cool. Now, I'll be honest, I don't think it's gonna lead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna lead to a lot of success off rip, but I think we're gonna really see what this Charlotte team is made of, and we really gonna see what Lamelo Ball is made of, because he ain't got no damn choice, because they clearly have not been active bringing in, guns. I mean, and to be fair, it's Charlotte. I mean, when has Charlotte ever been that kind of franchise? We talking about, let's go back to the 90s. What big splash of free agency has they ever made? Can somebody tell me one?
You're right. You're right about that. They haven't had a player like this either. Kemba Walker wasn't of this magnitude. I know Kemba nice, New York City point guard, but he wasn't Lamelo Ball.
Hell no.
I think we can make that very clear.
Hell no.
Hoop Jargon. Here's the thing.
Go ahead.
You're right. You're right about one thing is we're going to see a lot of Melo. Okay, that's beautiful. But at the same time, it's not beautiful because we're putting not only luggage on the shoulders, we're also putting a house on the shoulders. What else can we put on the shoulders? You know what I'm saying? And for me, I feel like him being at that young age right now, not that he can't handle it. I'm sure he can. He's definitely shown the stardom that he is. It's just at the same time we're asking a lot out of him, and I just don't see this team stepping up just because they're low on people or low on talent to do something. I just feel like Melo's gonna go out there by himself. Really,
I'm gonna say this, Ray, and here's where like big boy pants got to come on. So be it. So look at guys like John Morant. You don't have a bevy of name brand talent per se. You grinded that talent up out of the mud, and reality is everybody don't get the same benefit. I mean, go ahead and retort.
Jared Jackson he in the grind that was talent coming to him.
Okay, who else?
Good talent.
Who else? Which is like Memphis went out and got this person for Ja. Who else?
Okay, you're right. All right.
So that's what I'm saying. So organically, some shit just got to materialize.
Right.
And I'm not gonna. So what I'm trying to say is I'm not gonna baby LaMelo just because I have a huge affinity for him. Because at the end of the day, that's not how LeVar raised him. LeVar raised him to meet expectation tenfold over of what other people's expectation is. So I'm gonna keep that same energy with this. And I know he's gonna ascend past people's expectations, because why is that? Because he's already been built to be that way. And it's unfortunate because we as supporters, we want to see the best case scenario off rip. We don't want to see him dealing with these projects, these cast-offs, these second, afterthoughts or what have you. So I'm rocking with that logic of what the panel's speaking. But at the same time, reality is he on a franchise is not known for having that at their disposal. So how are we to judge what's about to come forward? And we're going to see LaMelo put his big boy pants on this year. And I think he's going to do it. And he's going to exceed a lot of people's expectations. And it sucks on the front end because on the front end, we want him to have the better teammates. We want him to have people that complement his game. But unfortunately, like I just led in with, everybody doesn't have that luxury. And unfortunately, it seems like LaMelo he couldn't get his own number for 3 years? He finally got his number. So, I mean, it is what it is. I think he just built to that stuff, and he's going to figure it out and he gonna prove a lot of people wrong. And the reward on the back end is like, damn, he ain't had nothing to work with. He still did it. That's what I think what you're gonna see from LaMelo going forward.
No, I mean,
You got to follow up for that.
I mean, because what's the alternative? The alternative is nothing. You can't go just steal people out of people's teams, bro.
Right. And there's no way they can get in one of these big sweepstakes for any of these big players.
Facts. You can't.
They can't swoop in and go get Donovan Mitchell. They can't swoop in and go get Kevin Durant. I mean, it seemed to be a stalemate going on. I know that is. I'm just asking until the help come. You know, in so many words, LaMelo got to do what it do. You gotta.
Okay,
that's what I'm coming with.
That's big. That's big. Very big names. But at the same time, they could have got somebody. Like they could have got somebody. Like, for example, I mean, who could I think of? Because I totally forgot the free agent.
They could have got the center. What about the center? They could have made an offer sheet to do, but the Phoenix more than likely would have matched it. Talking about Ayton.
Right,
maybe.
there was plenty of free agents. That's what I'm saying.
They didn't make a play on them.
I can't think of them right now, but there was free agent choices. And okay, I mean, Kevin Durant, Donovan Mitchell, those are huge names. So if you don't get it, I can understand that. But like, it's like, bro, I don't know. They could have did better than what they did. They did draft Williams. I like that. I think they should have kept the other center too. The one other guy they drafted that drafted and didn't keep it. What's his name? Durham. What was his name? I don't know. Durham. I don't know. It was some center. They could have kept two talented centers. That's how I felt like they should have did in that draft. Kept that two centers and let the best one start, and then they could have an amazing center instead of having Plumlee come off the bench.
Right.
Plumlee
Let's keep it real. That dude who you can't even think of his name wasn't going to move the needle, bro.
You're right. I couldn't think of his name, but at the same time, because I did know that they're both amazing athletes. One of them is a better rim protector. The other got longer, taller. But one of them, that one that I'm messing up his name on, he actually got a little dog in him though. He ain't so everyone's favorite pick, but at the same time, he got a little dog in him, and you want dogs like that. So that's why I said you put the best at the starting spot, and then when that starter is done, then the bench can do its thing. The bench can do its thing.
I mean, that sounds nice, but the reality is, this is a big. How can I put it? The people who follow this line of news, we got big names in mind. We ain't looking for some unknown draft pick. Because I mean, last year was the big name draft pick expectation with Kai Jones and Bouknight. We had high expectations for them, and obviously they weren't even in the equation of what's going on. So to think that this year was going to be any different is kind of reckless. So with that being said, we got to start accepting something we call reality. And reality is there's no big names. So let's just go out there and put that work in. Let's go out there and show, which I know he is. Like, I mean, I don't put my name on stuff that I don't believe. LaMelo going to show a lot of people, bro, how good he is year 3. And you saw year 2, he took that jump. And I think that the game is just getting easier and easier to him. It's getting slower and slower as far as him reading the game. So I got full confidence going in. It's just on the preseason standpoint, it's very lackluster. It's not a lot to talk about. It's not, well, let me put it that way. It's not a lot to be excited about. But I don't per se think that that's an indictment on a bad season because I just named about Memphis with not a lot of names. And if you got the fucking, the keys to the car that is the franchise, which is LaMelo, which is John Morant.
Oh, thank you, Isaiah Curry.
It's still going to do its thing. It's still going to raise to the level. It's just hard to see in the preliminary stages. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, I feel you.
That's facts.
Hey, listen, to be fair, I mean, it is the Hornets organization. It is our boy Lamelo Ball on it. So I'm nothing but hoping nothing but success. I'm gonna be here to watch all the games. Come on, we watching our boy Lamelo. I think Lamelo gonna do his thing. It's just you're asking a lot out of him. I mean this Miles Bridges situation, something going on with that because there's some news coming up on that. We don't know if they're gonna get rid of Terry Rozier or not. PJ, are we keeping PJ Washington for sure? Plumlee, he gotta go. It's just so many stuff that's got to be fixed. You know what I mean? It's like
he built for it though. He built for it.
Right. And I think there's some underrated versatility now with some of these young guys and some of the people that's returning. I think they're gonna be able to interchange a little bit more than you think at just about every position. They might not have the most talented guys, but they're gonna be a little versatile.
And then not only that, Flight, people kind of like, here's how dick riding NBA players can be. Not all, can be. They need to see, like, in my opinion, they need to see one more year of LaMelo just being that dude. In my opinion, they see one more year him being that dude. You're gonna see guys want to play with him. Because I think right now it's kind of like it's like, okay, I see you working, young man. Like, let me see one more year of that. And if he come out there doing his damn thing again, a 2-time All-Star with that type of pedigree, I find it hard to believe that guys who normally wouldn't consider Charlotte for obvious reasons wouldn't start looking like, man, listen, you give me this cat, I can work with that shit. So that's kind of how I view it, man.
Right, especially when they have the addition of Williams, and then you got Lamelo Ball, and then let's say you're like a shooting guard, small forward in the free agency, you just fit right on in.
Right.
I don't see why you don't want to hop on. Especially just playing with LaMelo Ball. LaMelo Ball showing that he likes to get buckets, but he has no problem passing the ball. You know what I'm saying? He go like, talking about a 6'8" point guard. Like, the fuck? Like, hey.
Turn Miles Bridges into a damn near a max guy. Like, come on, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna figure that situation out. I believe Miles will be back in some form of capacity. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I think he'll be back. I find it hard that they just release him unless more information comes to the light. Right. But like I said, I think Miles will be there. So I think that's even more talent along with some of these other players. So LaMelo's just got to be that guy, similar to like with Luka. When they lost Porzingis, you're like, okay, where's the secondary option? They don't have one. But Luka was still able to galvanize the troops and get them to the conference finals despite injuries. That was dealt. You don't know what's gonna happen out east.
Conference finals?
Hold on, my bad. Didn't the Dallas Mavericks get to the conference finals? Huh?
Yeah, they went to Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know, yeah. So I didn't say that the Hornets are gonna get there, but I'm just saying in terms of galvanizing them to get to an elevated point is where I'm going with this situation, because Luka doesn't have another attraction similar to him. And not comparing LaMelo to Luka, but I just think LaMelo is going to do a similar thing in terms of elevating the cast, like how he did with Vinny Smith, Hardaway, and some of these. They're not all-stars. Yeah. Brunson, look what he did for Brunson. I think Melo going to do something like that for some of these players. I don't know who it's going to be, but it's going to be somebody.
Yeah, he did that with a much less Western Conference, bro. The Eastern Conference is getting stronger, bro. Did you just say that LaMelo gonna take these bums?
No, I never said that. No, I never said that. See, that's what I said. No, I didn't say that.
Huh? Not even similar. At best, playoffs. At best,
and that would be an improvement.
I feel like I said, I'm a part of him being the most success as possible. Because our boy LaMelo is there. But I can't deny the fact of how horrible that damn team is. So I think he's gonna grab his soldiers, like you said, the young core. He's gonna grab his soldiers and go battle. And if he goes out there and battles with that young core, that's gonna say a lot about him. People are gonna give LaMelo a lot of respect. They're gonna say a lot about him. It's gonna look good because, did that man just carry a bunch of young guys and less talent and did his motherfucking thing for sure. But we're talking about a play-in playoffs at best. And that's talking about at best.
I got a question.
That is a play-in team.
Ray.
And we still gonna be cheering up much as we can.
So good question, Ray. If
Yeah.
Luka Doncic out the Mavericks, how good are they?
We take Luka off, that team is horrible.
Team is garbage, bro. So the notion with Flight is saying that, you know, if he got it in him, he has the same ability to elevate a team that is garbo on paper to have similar results.
But that's it. But okay, but that's why I said I understand the similarities, but at the same time, that is a much weaker Western Conference. Like goddamn, the Lakers.
I don't even know if it was weak.
The Lakers didn't even make the playoffs.
They had injuries. I don't know how weak the West is. The West had injuries.
Is stronger right now, dude.
So the East normal. It's not necessarily strong. West.
Bro, until hold on. Until them West.
Devin Booker was hurt.
Oh, bro. Until them Western people get on the court next season, okay, which we haven't seen so far. So far, the Warriors did win. They're on the Western Conference side. I agree, but you saw how the Warriors went to the championship. That is facts. You watch how they went to the championship. Okay, Warriors got to the championship on an easy walk, even though they had that one good game against the Grizzlies. I ain't gonna cap. That Grizzly game was tough, but the Eastern Conference was hard knocks battle. So I'm sorry, it's the Eastern Conference is much harder right now. That was facts. Everybody says it to this day. The Warriors, they made it. They had that little good conference game against the Memphis that put them a little, a little shake. That was a little shaky. Memphis, hard team. I get it. But at the same time, Eastern Conference, every game was a battle. Jason Tatum was going back and forth. Game 5, Miami Heat, Jimmy Butler was going back and forth. Giannis back and forth. Game 7, that's called hard work, called a harder, stronger conference, bro.
But he didn't do it.
You cannot deny facts.
He didn't do it against the Warriors. Like, what do you mean? He's young. What are you talking about? He didn't do that against the Warriors.
Huh?
So you saying all this great, Schwarzbuck did, proverbially speaking. He didn't do his shit against the Warriors, though. He struggled against the Warriors. They basically had his ass in a baby box where he was shooting bad percentage, trying these weak-ass layups, right? Getting boxed. What are you really saying?
Who are you talking about?
Tatum.
Oh, no. I'm talking about the Eastern Conference in the playoffs, man.
Yeah, but they played the West in the playoffs, which is the final.
I said the Western. Okay, I said the Warriors won. So that was when Tatum wasn't playing so good, and the Warriors.
But why?
They represent. I said the Warriors won the finals, so that represents the Western Conference.
Playing good,
That's
right?
what I said.
I understand you, but why?
Jason didn't have a good game. The Eastern Conference looked bad right there. When they lost the Warriors.
So why did he not have a good series, bro?
No, okay. Was the Eastern Conference not damn near to Game 6, Game 7, bro? Most of the whole playoffs, bro.
Not this. Why did he not have a good series, Ray?
What you mean?
Why did Jason Tatum not have a good series against the Warriors?
Because Warriors did their thing. They played defense.
Exactly. So all the debate as far as what you went through beforehand, that's cool if you're dynastic, and it's cool if you're an older team. Because to your point, we see the Lakers struggle with, in the West, and mop the East. True enough. But they didn't mop the West. So at the end of the day, they had some tumultuous series, and the East is up. I'm with you on that. But when it came to against some veterans who used to winning, they got their head whopped off, bro.
That's fine. I'm not emphasizing the Celtics. I'm not putting the Celtics as some big thing. Maybe I'm confusing the conversation. I'm not putting Celtics in front of us. I don't care about what happened to the Celtics. What I'm saying is the Eastern Conference was a back and forth battle all through the playoffs. That means the Eastern Conference was much harder. The Warriors had a significantly shaky game against Memphis that almost had them run for their money. But other than that, the Warriors walked their way on through to the championship.
So let's just say that's right. They came and whopped off the East, though. Again, that was supposed to be a 5-game series, bro. They beat the shit out of damn Boston, man. Mentally, not necessarily the scoreboard, but like handily they won that series. So your theory don't hold no weight. You saying that they didn't have no competition, but okay, the team that made through the gauntlet, they came to the finals and got their head chopped off. Again, I would give you credit if you said it was an older team. They just was kind of just beaten down from all the competition. Or let's say Boston had these crazy injuries. I would give you that. That's not the case. They got outclassed by a team, and they went again in totality. It went a close series, bro.
Okay. What I'm saying is, the conversation was just like Luka did, bring it to the conference finals, and kind of a similarity.
Mm-hmm.
I said Melo is in a different conference, Eastern Conference. Chicago's in LaMelo's way, which our boy look. Other than DeMar DeRozan, I think they're going to change their form of play style now. Hopefully, because after they saw the results, that's a much tougher team. You got Chicago in a way, still got Giannis in a way, still got Embiid in a way. You still got Miami Heat that just shout out to Miami. They keep finding their way up to the top 2. They in the way. Boston Celtics, they improved. They showed that they can win too. Even though I think they started to make some moves a little bit, they're in the way. Until the Western Conference steps on that floor, I don't see nobody in that damn way right now. And maybe unless we see a healthy Andy
Shout out
Davis,
to Quiz.
unless we see a healthy Jokic and Jamal Murray, I gotta see something out of it.
Bro, talking about the Nuggets. Now, Nuggets had Jamal Murray out, so that definitely is an indictment off.
I'm just talking about anybody because we gotta start acting like I'm just trying to talk about one team. I'm talking about
run down the West.
Last season, that Western Conference, they was kind of depleted. Lakers wasn't even in the playoffs. West Conference was just a little less. Eastern Conference, it was literally a game 7 in almost every single play game, except for I think the Nets. Every other game was like a game 6, game 7, bro. So all I'm saying is, like, Eastern Conference was just tougher at the moment. So Melo got some good teams in front of him to do what Luka did. Luka can do it because them niggas, he can upset them. Like,
I just got a hard time following the logic when the emergent from that.
It's a hard time. It's hard time to figure out what I'm saying because y'all taking it as like this. Like Melo doesn't have the talent that Luka can do. That's not what I'm saying. LaMelo can do what Luka can do. He can carry a team. We're about to go watch him put the entire team on his shoulders. I'm not trying to deplete what LaMelo does. What I'm saying is I'm talking about LaMelo's competition, his conference. It ain't as easy as Luka's conference right now.
I would debate it's had a long time because it's so fucking garbage. For them, the 20 years, it's been garbage.
Hey, you're breaking up a little bit, bro.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Trying to.
Yeah, hold on. Let me what about now?
Yeah, you good.
So it's kind of like, man, and I do, I in real life, I sell beds. So when people come into the store, they're like, damn, this bed looks so small. It's a king size. It's because the store is so big. So in context, the East has been so trash so long that you tend to maybe give it a little more credit than it deserves because you're just so used to being so garbage. So that's more along the logic because you're not wrong. The East has been strong last year, 1 year.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm standing on right now.
1 out of 20, right? So from the law of attrition it's going to probably return back to what it is, and moreover, the West, as you know, it just was down, but it still was. You still had a strong selection of teams in the mix. Now, understood, the Clippers were out of it. Point taken. The Nuggets did not have Murray. Point taken. The Lakers, I'm a Lakers fan. I just don't think we would. I don't think we've been a real contender, in my opinion. The shit just it ain't gonna work. But you still have.
You mind if I chime in real quick?
Go ahead.
I'm listening to this conversation. I like it. I like some of what.
Thank you, Josh.
I like some of what my man Rave is saying. Overall, Yeah, I mean, talking about evaluating the level of talent in each of these conferences as far as teams being good. There was a reason the Lakers were in the playoffs. You know the reason why?
We stink.
They got beat by everybody in the West.
We
The
stink.
West mopped them. Those teams that are supposed to be mediocre mopped the floor with them.
Facts.
And they never got their stuff together. And
Facts.
LeBron was out there dropping 40 points and they wasn't winning. So they were good enough to beat LeBron. And everybody talk about how great LeBron is, and it's not a knock on him. I'm just saying that this competition out there, every year the playoffs come around, it's a tournament. So just because the East, he had teams going 7 games, and the East is definitely stronger. I've said that for the longest time. The East is definitely a stronger conference than it was. But the Warriors done how many? The Warriors done won multiple championships. They won more championships than anybody in the East at all.
Facts.
So I mean, you're dealing with teams in the West, that actually have won a few titles and stuff like that. So it's a matter of relativity. Every year, the thing that's underestimated every year since I've been watching basketball, and tell me guys if you ain't see something different. If you're coming out the West or you're coming out the East, you have just as much a chance as anybody else. You got to go out there and win them games. Period.
Yeah, but that's funny though, dude. Oh my God, cut it out. Yeah, everybody got a chance. We seen dudes get upsetted. True, for sure. I watch myself listen to guys give up. And I told motherfuckers, stop it. Stop giving up. Bulls gonna come back when the Bulls are down by 15. I understand everybody got a chance. But you're not gonna sit here and try to act like the East is much, much stronger than just be like, oh yeah, Lamelo gonna carry all these guys that is we call bums. And he gonna hop on to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Hold on, Rave. I don't know why you keep saying that. Don't get it misconstrued. I agree with you on that.
Man.
I think that the Charlotte Hornets are, when you look at the East, as far as where they are, it's almost like if you take a look at a team like we talked a lot of crap about the Pelicans all year, right?
Yeah.
The Pelicans showed you who they was in the playoffs, though. They was not that team that people thought they was. They came and they played strong and made some moves late in the season. They got their team better. You got to prove this on the court.
And you just proved my point.
You got to get on this and prove it on the court.
You just proved my point. The Western Conference so bad, you even got the Pelicans in the playoffs.
No.
Yeah, but you're saying that. You're rave. You're also missing the point.
I just trolling. My bad, I was trolling that time.
Right,
I rock with you. You're getting the point, but you're missing the point too.
Come on, bro.
I was trolling that time.
All right,
that was.
Everybody knows I troll the Pelicans. Come on now.
Fair enough.
We got to give credit to them Pelicans. They showed that they could do something this year in the playoffs. They went in there.
Yeah, you're right.
I was just trolling.
What I'm just saying is LaMelo could galvanize these guys and elevate their games because there's no other option. I'm not saying they're going to drag them to the conference finals. You got to crawl before you walk.
No, I agree. You're right about that wholeheartedly. Absolutely.
Yeah, if the shot.
He got no choice but to.
Right. If the Charlotte Hornets just got in the playoffs, I mean, that's an accomplishment in itself. Right. Just getting in the playoffs, and whatever happens. Let's see what the matchup is, but if they push a number 1 seed to the brink, or if they win 2 games, I mean, I think that's an accomplishment.
Facts.
It don't even matter. Just get into the postseason and then build on that.
Facts.
I think that's what you do. Get to the postseason. Okay, now what that does, like I'm trying to tell people, I believe Lamelo Ball is the kind of player that can attract free agents to Charlotte. If you go to the postseason next year, we're really not much, with not a lot of talent. You're going to start to attract maybe some free agents to look down to Charlotte and say, hey, man, that might be a destination I might want to go. Hey, I might want to play with him, and I think he's that kind of player. Let's see what happens. But they got to make the playoffs. Otherwise, you just almost looking like a hapless team. And, the free agents are not going to want to look that way. You got to start to build a foundation, some sort of culture.
It's like, and all I was saying, Ray, is like, well, to your comment about Luka, and then we kind of went off that. It's like, don't be surprised if you pull that. Because to me, in my eyes, he's just as good as a player like that. So don't be surprised if he can galvanize his teams, to start off with the point of the video, to do some shit like that. Because, he's going to have to be outside of what he's been. And I think he has that ability. He's shown it, that he's going to increase everything. So yeah, I mean, I don't hold him to little kid standards no more because in my eyes, he's a future star. So I don't hold him to like, oh, just doing enough no more. I don't hold him to that standard. He's accelerated, just how his dad made him playing with 16U at 12 years old, right? He's always that kind of kid. So I'm not gonna hold him to baby standards just because that's how I would evaluate a nigga like what Dennis Smith Jr. He ain't LaMelo Ball, right? He ain't Killina. He ain't Nikhil Walker. Like, he's a different guy. So I'm gonna hold him to a higher standard when I see the aptitude to do so.
So now we're getting real. This is what I like. This is what needs to happen. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not here to ride any hype train for anybody. You know what I mean? I'm not here to get caught up in all of the hype and hoopla. The NBA is simple. You got to get on the court and do it. So for Melo, you know what I mean? Like, you're a professional basketball player now. You know what I mean? So now you know what it is. We need to see Melo getting his team to the playoffs. You know what I mean? We got to see him carrying his team, and hopefully this is a good thing. I want to go back to the original reason why you put this video together, because I like what Flight was talking about the coach, and he likes what the coach is saying. I was listening to what Flight and Dex was talking about, and I agree. You know what I mean? Melo.
Rico. Rico. The Pelicans beat the Bulls one time.
Ray.
We're not talking about that.
My bad. Go ahead, please.
No, I'm just saying that. For me to put Melo, for me to get Melo into that, the difference, like, you know, I think that Melo is a really strong player. He just has to have a strong season, and I think that he will. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he's able to do on the court this year. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. The Charlotte Hornets don't have the greatest talent, but to me, they have better talent than a lot of other teams out there. They have a lot of players out there who have a lot of potential. Flight talked about Kelly Oubre. We know Kelly Oubre could get consistent, man. He could be incredible. You have, Miles Bridges. You know, you still have Scary Terry out there and stuff like that. We're gonna see what Bouknight turns into. So they got that rookie that they just drafted, who I think is gonna be a great asset to them. So
Williams,
I would love to
along
listen.
with the JT Thors.
What team is that? Quiz.
What's that?
What team is that you said that they have a better team? They have a better team than? Who is that?
What has a better team?
You said they have more talent than these other teams. I said who? That's what I'm asking you.
They have more talent than a lot of teams.
Who? They name them. Who?
Well, he just named a few right there.
He said who?
The Rockets. Listen, the
Rockets.
The Rockets. I think they have better talent than the I think they have better talent.
Okay.
Than the
you got me with the Spurs.
Oh man, bro.
Yeah, you make it like
that. Y'all clowning. Okay, listen. Shout out to Josh Jackson. Shout out to HaHa Boy. Shout out to Slate. Shout out to Larry the Bird. Shout out to Chuck Norris. Shout out to Rap God Unloaded. Shout out to Rico, most definitely. Shout out to Miss Jessica Hot Pockets Anderson. Shout out to Thunder, and shout out to Luwan, and most definitely shout out to Slate. All you brothers, and some of y'all I didn't hit, but salute to all you brothers and sisters that's in the chat rocking with Flight Sports TV. Carry on.
Purple Baby, what's good?
Everything.
Have you been listening, or we need to put you on game?
I caught, like, I guess y'all talking about this team making the playoffs this year or something like that.
Well, I mean, now you kind of came in probably at the tail end of it. There's so many words. The summary is, LaMelo Ball. He's been tasked with almost, some people might say is, it can't be done. An impossible task. I believe there's no help. As you can see, they didn't make no acquisitions. Brunson didn't come there. No, there was no Kevin Durant. There's no, who's walking through this door. Right now I see a young roster. That has talent. You got a point guard to LaMelo Ball, the 1-on-1. I think he could galvanize this young core and take them to heights never before seen. And shock the world and get this team to the playoffs through hell or high water. What's your thoughts on this situation?
I think they'll be, in all honesty, in the play-in again. Only way they're not is if Brooklyn falls completely apart and they can get Brooklyn's spot. But I even have Atlanta, and it ain't got nothing to do with DeJounte Murray being there, but Atlanta is still better than them.
Yeah, I could say that. That's a fact. They got 2 All-Stars.
I don't want to count the Nets out, but it's just like I'm not even worried about health or all through. It's just okay. Are y'all going to like start off the season together? What's going on with that situation? Like, what's gonna happen with that? Because the Nets were near the bottom, and that was due to like health and stuff last year too. So, but if the Nets ain't at the bottom, like, bro, they don't have a chance. They don't have a chance to get the 6th seed at all, which is what I would prefer them to have. So they're looking to be in a play-in.
I want to follow that up with the plan because I think what Steve Clifford was brought here is to pay the difference. I think if they got to the play-in, I don't think that's the cause, the pause. We need to lose our minds. I think Steve Clifford has been brought in to get the team to the postseason. So whether they got to go through the play-in or make it to the 6th seed, I think the 6th seed is just best case scenario. You know, we could obviously shoot for that. They're gonna have to get out to a hell of a start. You know, if they want to get into things like that, but. I believe the Hornets got off to a good start these last couple of years. They was okay, but then towards the tail end of the season, they started tailing the hell off. I think the Hornets was kind of in the thick of things, kind of all throughout the playoff picture, and then they just completely, almost fell out. The Charlotte Hornets. So I mean, it's kind of crazy what happened. I thought they would at least got home court advantage. I think if they had home court on one of these play-ins, I think that could pay the difference. So I think hopefully Steve Clifford. That's what he was brought here, along with whatever LaMelo's going to do.
Oh, that's understandable. It's just, it's not going to be like you got to worry about Toronto.
Thank you. Tell them.
Philadelphia. I don't know.
We got New York. Hold on, New York.
See,
what about New York? I can't get New York.
We
can't get New York in there.
What about New York?
We gonna swear.
Hey, hold on.
We talking about teams we got to worry about.
Hey, Purple Baby man, let them know we can't be delusional. You tell them the facts. They act like they can't hear it. We love LaMelo. Purple Baby love LaMelo. We love the Hornets. We understand. I want them to be the success that they can be. But we got some monsters in front of Hornets, man.
That's
can't be delusional.
Hey, Raptors ain't no damn.
New York.
I'm
gonna ask y'all this. I was thinking about this.
Shout out to Jessica and everybody. I love y'all.
When you look in the East, and I've always said this, in the East, it reminds me like you have Joel and basically the wings are skillful. Or you have really good wings on the East, and then when you go to the West, it's about your guard play. You got to have really good guards. Now, that's not saying in the East that you don't have to have good guards, but when I look at a lot of teams, their wings are really, really, really good. If you're looking at Charlotte's wings versus everybody else's wings in the East, do you really see them even having close to a chance when you're going against teams like Miami, Boston,
New York?
Oh my God! Like
you got RJ. You was talking about guys on the wing.
That said New York. New York ain't doing nothing.
Barrett and
hey, Hornets gonna be at the bottom. New York gonna be right next door.
No, we gotta have to say,
but it's like a lot of young, talented, athletic depth from like the starting positions for most teams in the East at their wing spots. Or even coming off the bench. Only teams that kind of don't have that is like Indiana, like New York. I'm not for sure who's coming off the bench after RJ.
And we got a team coming off the bench. or the bench is solid. You talking about? Hold on, wait a minute. We got Grimes. You see, he just tore up the summer league. We got who else we got coming off the bench? We got D Rose. It's a whole lot of talent.
Stop the
Can y'all let D Rose go already?
Reloading.
Hey, how old is D Rose? 39, 40?
Can y'all let him go?
D Rose 145.
Can y'all let D Rose go chase the championship already and stop wasting his career?
When D Rose come off the bench, it ain't no joking.
Yeah, can he come off the bench for a good team flight?
D Rose coming home.
Going to the paint, they collapsing.
D-Rose gonna come on, man.
Tom Thibodeau over there wasting the last 3 years of Derrick Rose's career to win 35 games. Like, trade him, get rid of him already. What are y'all doing?
Listen, let me tell you
He
something.
already made his comeback.
When we get Donovan Mitchell, I don't
They're
want to
gonna
see
lose in
that.
the second round.
Y'all got
The second round.
Hey, Rico.
Yo, what has Donovan Mitchell ever accomplished besides beating Russell Westbrook?
Starting back
We'll figure it out, man.
They call him the light-skinned assassin. Bronson.
Bro, I don't want to say it, man.
They call him the light-skinned.
Y'all sleeping on the Knicks, man.
Yeah, you right.
I'm gonna stay sleeping on the Knicks.
That's a
Knicks
fact.
they won since the 70s. I'm gonna stay sleep.
Hey, more like a coma. You know what I'm saying? You know.
I was gonna say hibernating, but yeah.
But if you're a Hornets fan, you got to worry about those teams like the Hawks, the Knicks, teams that was around where you were at. They've gotten better. You can lie for you want. The Knicks are a better team today than they were last year. So I mean, who else? The Hawks.
Oh no,
I mean,
I gotta see him play, bro.
Y'all took a step back.
They got Brunson. Brunson makes them a better team.
If y'all go,
okay, all right, I'll go with that.
And listen,
and then the Hawks made a move. Remember the Knicks was like what, right behind the Hornets? Well, you gotta think about it. Then look at the two teams that was behind you and above you. They both made moves.
Hey, Flight, let me ask you a question.
You gotta think about that.
How much better you think the Knicks are better?
I don't know. I don't know about the Hawks. I just said the Knicks got better.
Rose got wrinkles in his forehead, bro.
Well, let me ask you this: with this additional of these pieces y'all added, how many more wins is that?
I don't know. But it's definitely a culture.
Damn,
if they get
6?
Donovan Mitchell, I think we definitely we're a top 5 to 6 seed in the East. Definitely, if they get Donovan Mitchell. Right now,
I don't think
I know Julius Randle. Now I know Julius Randle. Huh?
What if the Knicks were to do some crazy stuff like I don't know how if they could even get this done. I heard something with Westbrook. Did you hear about all this shit?
Yeah, I heard potentially Westbrook.
Okay.
Like, calm your dreams. Calm your dreams.
Westbrook. Listen, I'm with that.
Hey,
I understand y'all
please
killing
take
Westbrook.
Westbrook.
Bring him to New York.
I'll take everything.
Y'all get Julius.
Anything you want. A sheet of notebook paper.
Julius would be
pencil.
crazy in LA.
Like,
whatever you want
your
for Westbrook.
dreams. Slow down. Take it easy. Take a nice deep breath. Have a sigh of relief.
Something's about to go down.
I feel an episode is coming. I feel an episode is coming.
Hey, what's that commercial? Calm. Breathe in. Breathe out.
I'm telling you.
Yes.
Bruh.
This is like go in the bathroom. Go in your bathroom. Put on the faucet. Put on the faucet at heat. Put on all the heat and let the steam come up and just breathe.
Hey, Raven Dex. It's more like have a Snicker. You knock yourself when you're hungry.
Nah, y'all remember that old commercial for the headaches? Head on, apply directly to the forehead. That's what them Knicks fans need, bro.
Yes,
all the
calm
time.
down, Flight. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
Like see the writing on the wall. Like see the writing on the wall. Like just trying to make yourself feel better. You know what I'm saying?
I just see something coming down. Something
Listen,
about
the Knicks are in the rubber room right now. Okay, just face it. They in the rubber room. They bound and tied. It's nothing much they can do. Okay, they're in that rubber room. There's nothing much they can do. The door slammed shut with triple bolts on it. They could not get out. All they're doing is bouncing off the wall. That's what their season going to be.
What's up, Marvin? What's up, Marvin, in the chat?
Hey, but shout out to Rico saying
Marvin in the building right now.
Rose, man. Free D Rose. Bring D Rose back home.
Blue Marvin, good to see you, bro.
That's a fact.
Bring D Rose back home, man. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
word up.
I want Flight to be on the New York Knicks staff and trade for Russell Westbrook and take him off our books. Flight, I need you, man. Flight for 2022, man. I need you, the New York Knicks, to hire you as a what they call that shit when we make trades.
Public relations.
No. Yeah, public relations or the GM. I need you to be the GM, man, so we can fleece y'all real quick. And yeah. That, bro.
Flight Sports TV, the New York Knicks public relations consultant.
That's what I need.
Every time I pull up the New York Knicks free agency, all it just shows you is a blank screen.
Hey, Dex, when you pull up New York Knicks championship since the 70s, what would it pull up?
Whatever that emoji is.
Y'all are vicious.
I had to get you, Flight.
It's cool.
Y'all are vicious as hell.
Next we're gonna rise again. Trust me. but I'm rocking with the Hornets and I'm rocking with the Bulls. But I think the Knicks gonna snake everybody by surprise.
Flight. The New York Post, right? That's the god of written media in New York, right? The god of written media.
It's up
New
there.
York Post.
It's the New York Times, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah, New York Times, New York Post, right. Now, one thing about the New York Post, they have quoted Jalen Brunson after being asked a question, why did you choose the Knicks? You know what his answer was?
Oh, Lord.
My daddy worked there.
Thank you. One big family for me.
Yikes.
Are you freaking kidding me?
He actually said that?
Yes.
Nah.
Yes.
How did you predict that?
Nothing about championship, nothing about playoff, nothing about improvement. Family to me.
Holy
Ain't no way.
This is ridiculous,
Ain't no
dude.
way.
Holy shit.
Flight, you think something is going to come out of this? That's good.
Yeah, I think so. They're a better team.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, ain't no way.
That's rough. That's rough, man.
I know tomorrow Stephen A. Smith gonna have a field day with this right here. A field day. He finna roast the Knicks.
Lord have mercy.
Oh my God, I cannot believe it.
The Knicks got to get this trade done at all costs because I think a lot of people's jobs on the line.
Oh my God, this man said it's one big family for me.
Man, it's over with for the Knicks, man.
Look, if
Dude,
the
this
Knicks
ain't no
feel like
sleepover.
a family to you, like what household were you raised
Yeah.
in? Like
This ain't no sleepover, dude. You ain't wearing no pajamas over here. You gotta work hard. You mean family?
Over.
You know how dysfunctional the Knicks are for you to say, yo, this feels like family? Like, yo, that don't make no
Good
sense.
gracious, that is so upsetting. I just know Stephen A. gonna have now. I might watch First Take. I ain't watched First Take in a long time. I might just happen to watch First Take just to see Stephen A. Smith cut a nutty, cause he finna go smack off. Hearing this right here, one big family for me. Yeah, your daddy's there. Your goddad is there. You follow what I'm saying? I mean, come on, for crying out loud. Yeah, I bet it is one big family for you.
Lord have mercy. Flight, what you gotta say about that?
Dex, don't be hating.
I mean, we'll have to find out on the court. That's all.
Don't try to say Flight unstoppable, because I'm getting ready to come on them Bulls in a minute.
Hey man, my Bulls better than the Knicks right now, man. That's the thing. So.
That ain't saying much.
That's saying a whole lot, man. I got something to look forward to. The playoffs, a high seeding.
Bulls out here crying broke. Can you believe that? The third largest metropolitan city in America, a seaport, a pillared city. Talking about crime, they crying broke. They wouldn't even give the man $3 little measly $1 million to get him to pry him from Orlando to the Bulls to make them practically an instant favorite.
And you know what, Dex? You know what? I see you later.
Who are you talking about?
He talking about Mo Bamba. Because Mo Bamba, rumor was he wanted to come to Chicago, but they couldn't pay him because it would have put him in I think it would have hard capped him.
Man.
Okay,
y'all pulled the James Harden? Y'all pulled the OKC? Nah.
Let me ask
you. Trying to win a championship on a budget. Here we go.
No.
They want a Dollar Tree chip.
First of all, like I said, it would have hard capped him, which means they couldn't make no trades during the trade deadline. So this is
dude, you would have been a favorite.
You were supposed to sign him first, then sign Zach LaVine. Y'all did it wrong.
No.
Zach helps you.
You sign your franchise player, bro. No.
No, you're supposed. You can go over the cap with Zach.
No.
You can't do that with
I'm
Mo
not doing
Bamba.
that. No.
That's a horrible idea.
That's not gonna look good. You sign him before your franchise player. No, you take care of your franchise player first, bro. But anyways, listen.
Now you want to take care of your franchise player.
Your franchise player wasn't even rushing it.
You waited a whole year. Now take care of my franchise. They could have been gave him his max.
No,
exactly. Now your franchise player said he wanted to test free agency. Why you couldn't go get Mo Bamba?
That's not true, bro.
That's what he said.
He couldn't. No. I'm talking about when he said sign him in the beginning. If Zach LaVine was eligible for the Supermax, we wouldn't have been able to get it, bro. He wouldn't be able to get that money that he wanted. He signed it.
Okay, what made him eligible then? Unstoppable.
He could get the most money if you could get him doing the free agency. He would have got the most money. Man, what else? Here you go. He could get the most money if you waited towards when the season was over with. Look it up.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah, because the salary cap goes up every year. I know that.
Yes. Okay, but what are you telling us that they could have as soon as it was available, wow. What was the wait? Get him, let's go get Bamba and let's roll.
You want me to answer that? I'm gonna say
you can't answer that because you're not the GM.
I'm gonna say the honest truth answer. I don't know why. That was always
dysfunctional.
Yes, it is, Rap God. Rap God.
No, that's not.
Mo Bamba is that missing piece.
That's
he fits.
True.
He checks all boxes for the Chicago Bulls.
Now, came out. Oh, my bad.
No, I was talking to Rap God real quick. Mo Bamba check all boxes for the Chicago Bulls. Now, any other team, I can agree with you. But what Chicago Bulls needed with the roster that they have, they needed Mo Bamba. They didn't need no Goran Dragic or no Dalen Terry. They didn't need that. What they needed was Mo Bamba. He checked the boxes. They know it. Everybody knows it. Anybody that knows basketball and knows what Chicago Bulls actually need, they should have went and got it. They shouldn't have tried to cry broke and talking about, we don't want to get hit with the salary cap. Man, who cares once you holding that commissioner trophy, drinking champagne out of it? All you got to do is ask Golden State. Look how far they over.
Wait, I just want to make sure. Are you
That's fine.
Do you guys mean hard cap or luxury tax? Because I think they didn't want to go into the luxury. Maybe I don't think their contracts is all the way into the hard cap yet. That's like extra 30 mil.
You don't need to see what Drummond gonna do. You saw didn't you see what Tristan Thompson did? Okay, Drummond might get a little, what 2 more points, 4 more rebounds, maybe a half more assists, same blocks. Come on, man. Mo Bamba was an athletic big that you needed. He's not going to be crying for the ball. He's just going to be rim running, and he is a damn near a guaranteed bucket with his speed and athleticism. Plus, he wants to block everything. That African ain't no joke, man. Stop playing with these Africans. You need an African on that team, man. A real African, not no African American, an African. What happened? I don't hear nobody.
What'd you say, Dax?
Hello?
Yeah, what did you just say?
Yo, y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Damn, what was I saying? I don't know. I think I was about to say something about Mo Bamba. With the whole situation, it would have hard capped Chicago. So let's just say they got Mo Bamba.
Who cares?
What you mean? Who cares? You can't make no trades, man.
Who cares? Just go with it, man. Just try it for crying out loud. What are you guys trying to trade for? Okay, listen. Okay, hold on, Sapo. See, this is where we part seas at, right? We part ways right here. Because what are you bouncing the ball for? What are you bouncing the ball for in 2022 and 2023? What are you bouncing it for?
Man, listen, it could be a free agent that they might be trying to get that we
Unstoppable.
don't know
Answer
about.
the question. Don't dodge
I
me.
just
What
did.
are you bouncing the ball for in 2022 and 2023? What's the ultimate goal?
The championship, of course.
Okay, then. What you worry about a hard cap for? Now, if they don't get it, like say for instance, if it's a failure, it's a disappointment. Okay, you live with your lemons, but at least go for it. You're
Good.
basically sabotaging your own journey.
I'm good.
No, because you just want to side with a bad decision. That's why you said that.
It's not it. I wanted him, but if it's on hard cap, it's like I said, the whole thing like with Kobe White. With Kobe White.
What about Golden State? What about Golden State right now?
What
you
about
think they're
Golden
worried
State?
about? You think they're worried about their like damn near $100 million over? I mean, honestly.
I mean, they
all
got
the money they finna make. They finna make that back.
They got their foundation. They good.
But that's what I'm saying. They went over. They went over to win. People practically say they bought it.
They got, man. They can get a G League player to play center, man. They trying to get somebody that's good, bro. You know, they good. That's what I'm saying. Like, I ain't too worried. Listen, man. This front office know what they doing. If, like I said, if it was the guard patch era, then I'd be like, I don't know about that. I probably would have went over. But since, you know what I'm saying, you got two folks in there that know what they doing. If they was like, hey, you know what I'm saying, it would have hard captures it, and they explain what the hard. I don't know if they explain it, but I think it being explained like how you stuck, you can't make no trades. I'm cool.
Okay,
with
listen, man. You hurt in my head right now, Unstoppable. You my
man,
boy, but you hurt in my head. So look, you guys listen to what I'm about to tell you. You guys gave Derrick Jones Jr. last year with no aspirations of winning the championship because you didn't know how this talent was going to integrate with each other, right? It was on a whim. You gave Derrick Jones Jr. $9.5 million last year, right? But you wouldn't give Mo Bamba 10 to complete this roster and make it super formidable. You wouldn't do that. But you gave Derrick Jones Jr. 9. It don't make sense. I'm trying to make it make sense, but I can't. And you guys crying like it's so hard to rub two nickels together.
Dex, I thought that'll make you stop talking.
I'm listening, Marvin.
I ain't got nothing to say. You running the Bulls. Keep talking.
I'm asking a legitimate question. Please don't get sensitive over it. All I'm saying is that you gave Derrick Jones Jr. $9.5 million last year, right? But you won't, and he wasn't the answer. He wasn't the answer, nor did he check all boxes. But you wouldn't give Obama just $1 million more.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I got another phone call. My fault. Now, do you mind repeating what you just said? Because I know it's gonna give me a headache, man. I got. You know what I'm saying?
You got your Advil. You got your Advil, brother.
Yeah, I got my herbs, brother. I can take. You know what I'm saying?
Now listen. Last year y'all gave Derrick Jones Jr. $9 million, and he damn sure didn't check all boxes, right? He was a question mark in actuality. He was a question mark, and you gave that much money to that guy, and you guys didn't even think that you was going to win a championship last year. You didn't even think you was going to even be in first place at any point of the season. You guys just want to be somewhere in the middle of the pack because that was an improvement from last season. And you gave that guy $9 million just to be middle of the pack. But Mo Bamba checked all the boxes that you need, right? He wanted to come there. He wanted to. That's the main thing. He was disappointed he had to go back to Orlando, even though he got more money. But he was disappointed, and all he wanted was an extra $1 million.
He should have took a pay cut.
He wanted 10. Y'all wanted to give him 4.
He should have took a pay cut. Dex, he wanted to come that bad.
No, but bro, he's worth $9 million. I'm quite sure they can met in the middle.
I mean, but Dex, he would have been a backup though. You got to think about it like that. He wouldn't have been starting. He would have been the backup.
Listen, what is Derrick Jones Jr.? What was Derrick Jones Jr. last year?
He was a backup.
Okay then.
And I'm not paying that guy no 21 damn million.
But you played Derrick 9 for 1 year. That's what I don't understand. I just don't understand that portion of it. Now, if you only played Derek $2 million or $3 million, then I'll say, okay, well, maybe Bulls was really up against the thing. But the owner said he's not going to hold no expense.
I think we had.
He's going to unleash his purse string. Isn't that what the owner said? Yes or no?
The owner said, "What? Who were you talking about? Derek
He's
Jones
not going to
Jr.?
hold no expense. No, even from last season. Yeah, last season.
Oh, you talking about going over the luxury tax and all that?
Yeah, that's what he said.
I mean, yeah, he said they can go on the luxury tax.
And then you don't want to give a man $1 million more than somebody who was miserably failed.
I mean, I feel you. I'm gonna put it like this: I'll go ham on them if they don't do nothing come the trade deadline, or like I said, the offseason that's coming up. Like I said, my main reason is maybe it's somebody they're trying to go after, and secondly, also,
what the hell's out there?
Hold on, I ain't done. Also, the GM, AK said he liked the course, and he feel like health got in the way, and he want to run it back. So, I'm not too mad at it, bro. I'm not too mad. I wanted them to draft Obama, bro. I was pissed off when Magic got them, man. But like I said, I'm not too upset. We'll see what happens. And if we come back and they fail, then shit. They failed.
Right, we're gonna get back into it. We got the Fresh Prince of Belize in the building. Yeah, we're gonna get back into it.
Hey, hold on. I just got my back up here, man. Hold on.
Nah, good, yo. Shay, do your thing, man. Shout out to the channel. Shout out to the chat. I just want to, welcome everybody. But go ahead, eat up.
Shout out to you, Belize.
What up, guys?
Hey,
yeah,
Mark.
Belize.
Oh, my bad, Flag. Go ahead.
Yeah, Belize. What's the deal?
Ain't nothing, man. I just, I know you don't like talking about that Bridges situation, man, but that just broke my heart, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, it's over with for him, bro.
Yeah, I just read up on that, and I just, it just really just broke my heart. And I had to just come over here to the channel real quick to just not talk on it too well, but I love the topic of the headline that you had with LaMelo, and I feel like that's exactly what needs to be done now. He needs to use that as another fuel to the fire. And like you said, like bring that young core together, and I feel like the Hornets is in the position they gotta bring Jello, bro. Because they need chemistry. Like, I mean, Rozier chemistry with him is cool, but they gonna need. I don't know, bro. This is tough, man. I'm so sorry that happened to that guy, man. That's tough, bro. It's tough.
Right.
Yeah. Shout out to the chat, though, guys.
Yeah. I
you
seen
good.
that too. I couldn't believe it my damn self.
I just seen that Bleacher Report put something out about it. I was like, why this getting rehashed again? I mean, we got to figure out what Charlotte's gonna do, because then that'll be even more. And to be honest with you, it's kind of tough. I don't mean to cut you off. It's kind of tough not to really get too in depth with the Bridges situation because it affects Lamelo Ball. So depending on what direction the Hornets do, we got to figure out what the Hornets are going to do before we start maneuvering, and let's see what they're going to do about this. But it's just been charged, though. Another thing, they ain't say it only says he's been charged. So we still don't have all the. What?
They gave out. I got some. I'll tell you what. It's over for him. Man.
Yeah, it's over.
I think he's gonna be banned, bro. Look,
I think
they charge him
like he's been charged for it. So
yeah, they charge him.
He's not. He's definitely not gonna.
I mean, you're innocent until proven guilty. So, I understand what you're saying, but it sounds like
no.
You gotta figure out what's going on.
If he found guilty, bro, if you see this list, like it has felony domestic violence, child abuse, bro, and alleged assault, bro. If you found guilty, it's a wrap for him, man.
But his bond is only. But listen, guys, his bond is only $130,000. Okay. Now, to me, that's saying in LA, if you get a bond like that low for those heinous charges, then some of those charges most likely probably be dropped. Due to he might plead guilty on something and they work out something. Because his bond is only $130,000, so that means all you got to do is bring $13,000 and bail him out.
Well, let me ask you this: okay, let's just say that some of the charges do be dropped because he pleads guilty. If you are part of that franchise, do you bring him back, or you be like, nah, bro, like I don't like this stuff?
Well, he's going to be suspended.
I'm looking at the
it's obvious he's going to be suspended, though. Remember, he's going to be suspended because he violated the player conduct code.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So he'll probably be suspended. I don't know how many games.
And see, and
they
that's
could
what I'm
suspend him
saying.
for a
You know,
year. I don't
But
know.
it said he could be
But
banned too, though. It all depends what they want to do.
yeah,
If they want to
that's
make
probably.
an example out of him, they can do that.
Well, we got to.
Yeah.
Well, we'll find
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
I just
But
think now that is clear though. I feel like that should give them the direction of what they should know what to do next, because he was kind of holding them up because respectfully he's not signed, and that salary cap stuff, you know, all of that little things
No,
matter.
he
So
signed. He just haven't got an extension. He signed throughout this year.
he signed for
So
this year, but
like for $9 million or something to that nature.
okay, I
From
thought he
last
was a
I
free
heard. Yeah.
agent this year, and that's why he was holding up the free agency for the Hornets. That's what I thought was happening because they didn't make any move yet. So I thought they was waiting to figure out how much they're going to pay him to realize how much they got for the rest of the players and stuff. That's what I thought was holding him up. So yeah, I really don't
Yeah,
know what's holding
extension.
him up
Yeah,
now.
he was up for an extension. That's what he's up for, an extension. So that means that when you use the word extension, extending from what? From what he's already signed from.
All right, I thought he was like a whole free agent and just be able to looking for a sign. Cause I thought he was able for the free for the re-sign earlier this year and turned it down to basically bet on himself so he could get the max whatever.
Yeah, that's true.
Contract.
That is
Yeah.
true. That's definitely
Yeah.
true. He did turn that 60 down for 4 years. Yes.
So yeah, so that's why I thought he didn't have no like no real leverage at all. So that's why I thought, like, see, so when you say it like that, it's like, so then the Hornets should have kind of know what they were doing. Like they should at least made a move in the offseason. Like they didn't pick up nobody.
Well, nobody foreseen this to happen. They was going to resign him, but they was trying to resign him for less than what he was asking for. So they was going to let him test the market, right? And whatever the market gave him, the Charlotte would have matched it. They was going to match it. They wasn't going to just let him.
Yeah, they were going to do like what they did with Aiken.
I put it like this.
Right, exactly.
Whatever the offer was, I bet you was lower than what the first offer they was going to give him now.
No doubt. It's definitely, no doubt. Yeah, he's hanging on by a string. That's definitely what's going on. But hey,
I do still think it's an option.
When you play stupid games, you receive stupid prizes.
Right.
I do think there's an option open still for Miles Turner. What you think about that? For the Hornets.
For what? A trade?
Maybe not a trade, but some type of, I don't know, because
Miles Turner, ain't he on the Lakers?
Huh?
No, he's still with Indiana.
Hey,
I don't know where that came from. He went to the Lakers.
I think they should just develop Mark Williams, bro. Leave Miles Turner alone and develop that cat.
That's true too. That's fair. But the only reason why I said that though for Indiana, because they went and tried to go get Aiden. So it's like, to me, that's saying like they don't believe in the big that they have. So I felt like Miles was probably on the block. So that's all.
Yeah. Breaking news. J. Crew has just filed for bankruptcy.
What?
Oh, who the hell is that?
Wow.
That's a
No
code.
more underwear. J. Crew. No more underwear for me. Oh my God.
Whoa.
This is kind of sad. I might have a moment.
I don't even know who that is.
All right,
I might have a moment, guys. I just might have a moment.
That's like upper level clothing brand. But hold on, I want to say something though. Shout out to my cousin. So my cousin, works in Belize. He's in Belize and he works for J. Crew through the call center. So that's bro, that's crazy. I wonder how that's going to affect his job now, because he take calls for like customer service and stuff like that from over there, and it's crazy. That's crazy. J. Crew, that's crazy as hell. I love their brands too. They got nice clothes.
Well, maybe you need to call him and see what's going on.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check up on my cousin now, man. That's crazy. Thanks for that news, though.
Yeah. So, nevertheless, I just believe. Oh, go ahead, Flight. You was going to intercede.
I was gonna ask Belize. We're gonna get to that. I was gonna ask Belize about some of the young players on this roster. How good is James Bouknight, Belize?
Well, you know me.
I think he's a guy. I think he's a guy that's gonna pay dividends and surprise a lot of people. I think Lamelo Ball could make the best out of this kid.
I totally agree with you. He's a New Yorker, Brooklyn native. He got it. Like he's a dog, bro. He's a dog. He could shoot. He like he's probably not as big as pause as you want in a shooting guard these days. But he's right there. He's quick, athletic. So Yeah, I feel like if he get the minutes, like they said, they just developed a young core. They got something. They really got something. Because Terry Rozier, and yeah, I say trade Terry Rozier at this point. If we're not bringing back Miles, you definitely get rid of Terry and just go young. Put Terry in a winning situation where he could win.
Right, I agree with you. I think
Go
Bouknight is
young.
going to be good deep.
Yeah,
You think he
go
could play
young. Maybe get
alongside it? You think he could play? Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say like maybe get like a younger wing, like especially with Miles being out now. Respectfully, you're gonna need somebody to kind of like someone else to fill in that role. Like I mean, the young guys could get they burn now too, but that's what I think. I think they should go young, and then I'm not. And I know we spoke on this a little bit. I'm not too far off with getting Kimba too. I think they should consider bringing Kimba in to help LaMelo, keep growing. Respectfully, because he got that familiar with the coach. They have that connection there, that chemistry. He played good under him. I feel like with Kimba there, I feel Kimba's not. He's a New Yorker too. He could help both Bouknight and LaMelo develop. Just him being a vet in the game. And I feel like that's safe.
No.
Over Isaiah Thomas though. Isaiah Thomas.
Let Kimba lie where he's at. Do not bring him into that situation because Kimba Walker. Listen, I don't know how to say this and be politically correct, but Kimba Walker is almost like a Bane right now. He's a minor league Westbrook, okay? Because in his mind, he still think he can go, but his body's saying no. You understand what I'm saying? So when you have that type of internal conflict, it's not going to do nothing but explode and affect others, and especially younger players. You don't want a disgruntled, over the hill, once upon a time standout in the locker room sharing his war stories. You don't want that.
Yeah.
Hey, Dex.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what was his nickname you gave him again? Kimba Walker?
Squeaky knees?
Yeah.
All right, chill. That's my New York guy, man. Chill.
Yes. So no, I think Buzz. I listen. Listen. Let's get this into perspective. Okay, you got Michael Jordan, you got Mitty, and you got Cliffy, right? But the one person that you rarely hear about is the guy who from Asheville, North Carolina, was the 1981 High School Player of the Year, and guess who he beat out? Michael Jordan. He beat out Michael Jordan for the High School Player of the Year, and they both ended up playing for Dean Smith at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. And guess what? He was Michael Jordan's roommate. And guess what? He was later the best man. Michael Jordan was later the best man at this guy's wedding. Listen, Buzz Peterson. See, people don't even talk about this guy for some reason, and I used to wonder why. For all the Michael Jordan heads out there, you guys leave out Buzz Peterson like he's just something you just shoo away. But Buzz Peterson is Michael Jordan's closest advisor when it comes to basketball-related things. You feel me? Remember, Buzz Peterson was the intern when they fired the Asian guy. When they fired the Asian guy from the general manager. Remember, Michael Jordan was doing this, equality hiring. He hired the
Patrick
first
Ewing.
Latin. No, not Patrick Ewing. He hired the first Latin. Latin descent coach.
Like one of the first forward coaches in Charlotte history or something like that when Patrick Ewing was coaching them. But go ahead.
and then he hired the Asian guy to be the general manager, and I believe he was the first Asian descent general manager in the NBA. So Michael Jordan was doing all this first stuff, okay? And Clifford took him to the playoffs more than once. So when you got Buzz Peterson in the mix, because Michael was calling Cliffy even when Cliffy was the coach of the Orlando Magics. Did you guys know that? They stayed in contact. To some degree, a little bit of Mitty, but more so Michael, Buzz. So those four guys have a communion with each other. Michael, Buzzy, Mitty, and Cliffy. Cliffy said, you guys are so old school that you're missing the boat. Because all of them is from the Good Old Boy Network. And Michael Jordan, it just happened to be that guy that was in the Dave Chappelle skit. Remember that Dave Chappelle skit? Where he didn't know he was black?
Yeah.
That's Mike right now. You know what I'm saying? Mike is that guy. Yeah. Tyrone Bigham. Yeah, Tyrone Bigham. So you actually have Mike in that part. So he's part of that Good Old Boy Network amongst them because he and then listen, Cliffy said Michael Jordan is uber competitive. The only person that gives Michael chills is the guy who beat him out for high school player of the year in North Carolina. That's Buzz Peterson, his roommate in North Carolina. You feel me? Mm-hmm. You see where this is going. So when they brought Cliffy in, Cliffy comes in with a new outlook. Remember, these are North Carolina boys. These are North Carolina boys. I know Mike was born in Brooklyn, but he was raised in North Carolina. So he really attaches himself to the North Carolina culture.
Thanks for shouting that Brooklyn out, though.
Yeah. So Cliffy comes in like, guys, do you really know what's going on? You know, he's all excited and everything. You guys hired me. I appreciate it. Because they was all at a meeting together. All four of them was at a meeting together. And he was like, this is what we got. Do you guys really see this? And they looking at Cliffy like, what is wrong with this guy? Mike, you sure he's all right? Is this guy having an episode? Because they are so staunch in the good old boy mentality, super old school. You understand what I'm saying? Right. Cliffy ain't coming in with that mentality because he broke ranks from that. And not only did he break ranks from that, he come through the New York. Don't forget, Cliffy comes through the New York branch, the Van Gundy branch. You know, Van Gundy, you already know Van Gundy is like a player coach. You've seen him go out there in WrestleMania battle royals and grabbing on Alonzo Mourning a foot. You follow what I'm saying? Grabbing on a giant foot to fight for his team.
No, let me just chime in right quick with that. Because I want to say, so far, so good. Right? We did see LaMelo get his number. We're going to talk about that on the LaMelo Ball show. But he got his number. So that's good direction right there. I mean, a lot of people overlook that. But for me, as a player, I feel like that means a lot for him. And that shows that, you know what, the organization is looking at me and they're hearing what I'm saying. And I believe that Clifford will also give LaMelo the keys. So you're right on point with this. You're right on point with it. You keep cooking, though.
Yes, and this is why I'm surmising Cliffy as the target, right? Because these guys, Buzz Peterson, Mitty, and Michael, all are one in accord. You feel me? Because they're so used to being the guy in Tobacco Road. You understand where I'm coming from? So the way they act is normal. You feel me? And the way they see LaMelo is anomaly. Like, this ain't how basketball players come up through the ranks and earn their stripes. This is not how that go. But Cliffy is trying to let them wake him up. He's like shaking them, like, guys, come on, you got to see, get out of that old dimension. Listen, we're in the fourth dimension right now. You guys are still in the third dimension. You're not seeing what I'm seeing. Let this young kid go.
So do you think with that energy that you're saying that he has, do you think that's enough energy to call up Jello?
That's a possibility. That's what I'm saying. It's a possibility because I don't want to take any thunder from the LaMelo Ball show, but when you look at what happened with LiAngelo on that 0-minute game, right?
Yep.
LeVar wasn't even there. They was already in the in Cali. You know what I'm saying? It was at the Drew League. You feel me? So in order from the LeVar that I know of and that I spoke with, he ain't gonna leave LiAngelo hanging unless LiAngelo is good. Because their main thing is to get LiAngelo in the NBA. That is the priority of BBB, is to get LiAngelo in the NBA. That's top priority. You follow what I'm saying?
That's gonna happen.
So if he left LiAngelo there, and LiAngelo got 0 minutes, and LiAngelo looked like he was sweating it, you know what I mean? I'm quite sure he wanted to play, but it didn't look like he was just like, pouting and looking all around like, man, what the hell is going on here? You follow what I'm saying? He rode the wave. He greeted the players coming off the court and everything to that nature. He was still a good guy, you understand, in that situation. So to me, looking at all of that, I'm doing the AB the hero body language thing. You follow what I'm saying? He does that body language thing. I'm looking at LiAngelo body language, and I'm like, maybe something else is in store with him. Maybe he already have 2 pants on the elephant, and maybe a third. Because if he gets into Greensboro, which I believe he will, or if he gets invited to training camp, which is a high possibility, then the only thing LiAngelo have to do is show up in preseason to secure that fourth and final leg on the elephant. You follow what I'm saying? That's what I surmise. And that's what Cliffy is trying to convey to these old school oligarchs. Because even Cliffy said, Mitty is very, very old school. Buzz, Mike, those guys are old school. How in the hell an old head gonna tell somebody else they're old school? So you telling me you're not old school in your way of thinking? Because if you're not old school in your way of thinking, I believe he's not. Then you're going to constantly be a bane in their side about unleashing these youngsters on the court, and stop trying to wait for some broken down veteran or some selfish veteran to help these young kids out. Let them figure it out through structure, because according to Cliffy, he said he's been talking to some of these young guys. He just talked to Terry Rozier, had a personal dinner with Terry Rozier. And I'm looking at it like this. Okay, you talked to Lamelo first. See, Lamelo was the first person he talked to. Then he talked to Terry Rozier. So whatever he shared with Melo, right? And then whatever he shared with Terry, then he said he's going to have another talk with Lamelo. And that's going to be a more targeted conversation with Lamelo. And that's going to be one of those shadow conversations. If you guys know what the shadow work is, that's going to be one of them shadow conversations, not shadow, dark conversations where you're targeting how LaMelo is going to improve his game and his functionality as a player off the court and as a player on the court. How LaMelo is going to improve his focus as a player off the court. Remember I said I saw him in games where when he wasn't in the game, him and Bouknight and Kai and, they playing footsies or whatever on the sideline or whatever that they was doing. So what is his focus off the court? When I mean off the court, on the sideline, and his focus when he's back on the court.
Hey, I just want to chime in real quick, not to cut you off, Dex. I just want to chime in real quick, real kind of off the script, but so my uncle just pulled up and he just walked in the crib and he had them NBO ones on, them all white NBO ones. I just had to shout him out real quick and say, like, my boy be knowing, bro. Shout outs to him. But yeah, go ahead, cooking up, bro. Yeah,
CJ Gannon, I am not capping, but it's okay. You guys gonna have to pay homage. You're gonna have to walk down that altar, and please don't disappear like a lot of cats do when they get found wrong. Please don't do that. But nevertheless, he talked about balance between, or having a healthy equilibrium between organization and players, because the coaches is an extension of the organization. Because when I was growing up, the coach had a little more free reign. The coaches had their aspect of the basketball and the organization had their business aspect of the basketball, and they try not to mix that. But now all of it is augmented. All of it is integrated. Coaching and organization. And the players is kind of off on their own. That's what it seemed like. You feel me? Due to the the players association and things of that nature, it seemed like the oligarchs want to keep the players out of the mix, so they can't steal a hearing. So the way that Cliffy was explaining it, he's here to bring a balance between organization and players, where there's no chasm and there's no if, ands, or maybe. And he based that on Jeff Van Gundy, the way he ran the Knicks. And this is why you saw them as a band of brothers. You know what I'm saying? You mess with one Knick, you messing with all the Knicks. Even the coach is going to come out there on your ass. You follow what I'm saying? And this is what he's going to instill in this locker room. And as LaMelo, as he is the light of the room, that's where you're going to input it at. Because one thing about LaMelo, he's going to disseminate his goodness. Where a lot of players don't do that. It's a dog-eat-dog world in basketball. Each man up for himself. But LaMelo don't have that type of attitude. You follow what I'm saying? He wants everybody to be joyful. He wants everybody to be happy. He wants everybody to play hard. And Cliffy already has admitted that LaMelo is a gym rat. He said he just got there and this guy is bouncing the ball all damn day in the gym.
And you can't ask for nothing more than that, you know, in a young player, you know, LaMelo Ball. That's just what he do. That's why the partnership between him and Steve Clifford is just destined to be successful. You know, because it's just my humble opinion. Audio is now.
Yeah,
if you guys are doubting,
in the right direction.
Yeah, if you guys are doubting what I'm saying, you're gonna see it manifest. You feel me? Because one thing I'm gonna say about me, I'm gonna stay on a positive frequency. You feel me? I want to give that situation a positive energy. I'm not looking for the flaws because I know we all have flaws. What I'm looking for is what can he do to enhance what he already got? Whatever leverage LiAngelo have, I want to send positivity to it. So when you look at the scales, the scales of justice or the scales of balance, you know, those scales. And we want to make sure that his flourishing outweigh his flaws. So if we put all the energy on his flourishing, then whatever flaws he have, he can work with that in the cloak of darkness on his own time. But what LeVar did for us, and I appreciate it, LB, what you did for us, you allow us to see LiAngelo go into a transition from what he's used to doing to regaining a muscle memory by playing point guard and working on other aspects of his agility and hand-eye coordination, the isometric. You follow what I'm saying? If y'all not used to that word, the isometric, you allow us to see it in real time. So we're going to see a lot of flaws. We're going to see a lot of awkwardness. We're going to see a lot of, you know, slightly goofiness because he is transitioning into something different than we have expected or what we have witnessed before. And we just happen to witness it in real time where a lot of guys, they won't show you that. They'll do that on their own time in the gym with their trainers or whoever they're working with on certain moves and aspects to bring to the table next season to add to their repertoire. You follow what I'm saying? Or their weaponry to go against their competitors. But we saw LiAngelo do it right in front of our eyes, and then we chose to choose to be on the negative side of that. A lot of people did. You follow what I'm saying? A lot of people chose to look at his flaws more so than his flourishing, or even give him credit to be courageous enough to put that in the limelight. You follow what I'm saying? To display that in public view and allow people to have their public opinion. So I choose the positive side of it, not the negative side, because it's easy to choose the negative side. Just like when you guys come in here, y'all don't like the stream. You come in here, you're supposed to hit that like button, right? Because let me say this real quick, Flight. So you want to hit that like button, and this is why I say it. Not because you empowering Flight. You're not empowering Flight because we're gonna be here every day. You're not empowering me, Rave, or anybody else that's constantly on the panel. You're not empowering the chat, who you might agree or disagree with. What you empowering is yourself, because every time you put yourself in a space, you should find somehow to enjoy that space you put yourself in, and you liking it because of you. When you hit that like button, it's because of you in that space, because you engaging, and whatever you engaging, you should be proud of it. Whether you agree or disagree, whether you win or you lose, be proud of the engagement and hit that like button, because you are in the space, you are in the chat, you are in the stream. So the chat presence should always be equal to the like presence. Whether you like the stream, dislike the stream, but you are present in the stream, and for you being present, you should hit the like button based on that. Go ahead, Flight.
Nah, it was my fault. He made some good points, man. Everybody better listen to that, man. You heard what Dex said. Hit that like button. It definitely helps. So we want to get back to what we was talking about. Shout out to my man. Shout out to A1 in the chat right now. We appreciate you for stopping by with us. Right now, we want to continue the topic on the Charlotte Hornets. You know, we discussed James Bouknight. They just drafted my man Mark Williams. I think that kid has unbelievable talent if put in the right situation. You know, I mean, listen, I'm not going to crucify Steve Clifford. I don't think anybody has done that just yet. You know, I think Steve Clifford, you know, we got to give him the opportunity until he proves it otherwise. So I think with the elevation of Lamelo going to number one, you already heard him say, and I believe the closing remarks, you know, in the press conferences, he stated that he didn't. Number two is kind of not himself. So with more motivated and elevated Lamelo Ball, I think it is a more motivated and elevated team. And I think it's kind of crazy because I don't think people listen to what some of the critics say about LaMelo. Some of the critics say LaMelo is too nice. He's always smiling. Do you ever hear what Skip Bayless be saying about LaMelo Ball? I mean, sometimes I listen to the critics. You know, sometimes you got to hear what they say. They say, is he too nice to be a leader? Is he too this? Is he too that? That's what I've heard. You know,
no.
I mean, that's what Skip Bayless stated these things.
No.
I've heard him.
No.
I totally disagree with it.
LaMelo is a silent maniac. Yes, LaMelo is a maniac, man. You follow what I'm saying? And but he's a silent maniac. He's one of them type of guys that he's gonna look at you, he's gonna see you in your eyes, and he's gonna feel your vibe if you are on the same frequency as far as being that type of ferocious player. You feel me? Listen, LaMelo Ball wants to be surrounded by tyrants on this basketball court, offensively as well as defensively. He wants tyrants. He wants players to go out there and just demolish anybody that is in their way that's stopping them for attaining their goal. This is what LaMelo wants. He is a man. The man jumped off a moving golf cart, for crying out loud. So if you can hone and structure, this is what Cliffy talking about. If you can hone and structure it in a way and put it in the correct direction, that's for the goal of the team, the Charlotte Hornets is going to be a wrecking ball in the NBA. I'm telling you. Because listen, I understand that Miles situation. That hurts. Yeah, it hurts, man. You follow what I'm saying? But everybody's just going to have to double down. You're going to have to double down on your skill. You got to double down on your focus. You got to double down on your respect. You got to double down on your commitment, and you got to double down on your functionality. That's what the Charlotte Hornets have to do. No more playing games, man. This is real. When they take that golden key and LaMelo bends his head down and they put that key around his neck and LaMelo looks at it and he puts his chest up, it's over. I'm telling you, because this is the ferociousness that he's been wanting to unleash for the longest of times, and Cliffy is down with it. Borrego just wasn't down with it that fast. You follow what I'm saying? Borrego was of the mindset of the Buzz Peterson, the middies, and the Michael Jordans. Let's take it slow. Let's roll this program out slowly, so we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. But guess what LaMelo did? Even in his rookie season, he ushered in a whole new dispensation, and now they got to be like, whoa. We got to let go of a Martin twin. We got to let go of Devontae Graham. We got to let go of a whole bunch of people now, because this young guy has ushered in a whole new dispensation for Charlotte basketball. And then when he made the All-Star, oh my God, Michael Jordan was just like, dude, is this guy going to ever stop? Is he going to ever fall off? No, Mike, he ain't finna fall off. This is just the beginning. What you're looking at is the tip of the pin. The pin hasn't even penetrated all the way. And I believe, personally, that Cliffy sees this. This is why he grabbed at the opportunity. The man was up in Brooklyn. He could have stayed there with the vets and watched that thing implode. He could have watched that implode and watched Steve Nash possibly lose his job and he can be, a man up for the task or whatever. I don't know. But he saw an opportunity when Kenny Atkinson denied coaching LaMelo Ball in that young, ferocious group.
What the hell is wrong with him?
Flight, listen, you cannot be mad at Kenny Atkinson, but what you be mad at is that he was very unprofessional what he did. What he did was a dastardly act. Right. You don't do people like that. We know we have our criticism of Michael Jordan and the Charlotte Hornets, but you don't do that, man. You're supposed to remain professional. He should have been punished for that. Somehow, some way, fined or something. Suspended the game or something.
Yeah.
You follow what I'm saying? Because Mike had to regroup. Thankfully, according to Cliffy, that they've still had communication going on and no bridges was burnt. So at the last second, boom, he got Cliffy, right? And Cliffy is not the type of coach that he wants to go in and start drafting his players. He's not that type of coach. Okay, you get the talent. I will aggregate the talent. I will augment the talent. I will coalesce it into a unit with the same goals. That's what Cliffy does because he was a last successful coach. Let's keep it 100 now. He was a last successful coach, and to some degree, he was Orlando's last successful coach. I know his last year with Orlando was a little rocky because they was, in that rebuild, and he ended up losing his job. But prior to that, he's talking to back-to-back playoffs. So he knows how to get the group in accordance to achieve one common goal, and that's at least to enter the playoff. I'm not saying he's a championship coach, but he's a coach that can get players to get into the playoff. And he said this is one of his most talented team that he ever coached for young guys, right? That is.
When you through, Dex, let me know. I got a comment.
Okay, go ahead, brother. Do your thing.
Salute to the panel, to the chat. What's going on, guys?
Salute, Ball.
Listening again, you know that. I like to do my due diligence before I step in. I totally agree on the direction of Clifford and what he feel about the Charlotte Hornets. But what do you have to do first? You got to address the elephant in the room, and that's bad contracts on that organization. 2 years, $30 million, Gordon Hayward. 4 years, $21 million, Terry Rozier. 1 year, $12 million, Kelly Oubre. Plumlee, $9 million a year. Montrezl Harrell, you got bad contracts on the team. He can hype them up all he wants. Until you fix that, ain't nothing gonna happen. You can't even add players because you got to deal with bad contracts on the forefront.
Okay, could you explain the Montrezl Harrell contract being bad?
Well, he's not worth the money. Montrezl Harrell is not worth no $14 million. I don't care which way you put it. I ain't gotta even address it. That's why ain't nobody picked him up in free agency. Contract is too bad. And then when you give a man a contract like that, he's not going to try to break it down. He's not going to do a Derrick Jones Jr. who cut his salary to stick with the Bulls. He wants his money. I'm just saying, when you have these kind of contracts on a team that is mediocre in the middle, it's hard to get to the top. You're either going to have to break it all the way down and start over, or you're going to have to do something. We all know about the Gordon Hayward contract. We all know about the Terry Rozier contract. But the ones that are hitting are Kelly Oubre, Plumlee. You got hidden contracts that's hitting them real hard, guys. That's keeping them in mediocrity. Now, the whole key to this thing is finding the direction. Yes, it's great that he gets his number. But does that number get them into the second round of the playoffs? I don't think so. Is that the direction of that organization? The same thing like I was hearing you talk about the Bulls. Well-oiled machines do well-oiled moves early in the season, try to correct them at the trade deadline, and don't strap yourself before it's time to get better. There's always a chance for you to get better if you got enough, if you're under the cap and you're not hard capped and you're not in a luxury tag. And they're not, I can say that, but you got lingering contracts on this. Now, back to the Miles Bridges thing. That could be a blessing in disguise on both sides because they were undecided if they were going to sign him to a big deal. And now it looks like, it's not sure. They're probably not going to sign it. So there's that. The whole key is, are they attracted to free agents? Meaning, it ain't too many top free agents out there that's left to come there. But, I got a question to the panel. going into this season, looking at this roster on Charlotte, how far do you guys project them to be? I mean, I'm not saying they can't be good, but are they contenders, top contenders? I don't think so. So you got to deal with a lot of things in that. Now, you do start with the head of the snake. You're right. You take care of LaMelo. You make sure he's happy. And they did. They're doing. They're trying to do that. They're going in that direction. But you need to address these contracts that are on that organization, get them straightened out. And back to the Jordan thing. Quiet as it kept, if he can get these things done behind the scenes, then he would get all the credit as well as he's getting all the blame right now. So, I mean, it's a situation when you have 4-year deals, $21 million with Terry. Now the 1 year, okay. Question to you guys: Kelly Oubre, 1 year, $12 million. You think that's a good deal, guys? It is expiring, yes, it is, but it's $12 million, and for this team, that hurts. That hurts them bad. Then like I say, you look at Mason Plumlee, 1 year, $9 million. Come on, man. Everybody know Mason is not worth that. It's the contracts they actually made before all of this that's hampering them right now. Now, I'm not saying they can't get from under this stuff because they do have some expiring deals on there. But you got young guys who are not making a whole lot, who's under decent contracts, who don't get a chance to play because in the NBA, quote unquote, if you're making a certain amount of money, you're supposed to play. I don't believe that. I believe you bite the bullet. If you fucking made a bad deal, you let his ass sit. I don't give a damn.
One thing, Montrez, I don't think he's making 14. I think Montrez's making around 9 or 10.
No, yeah, I didn't mean 14. Yeah, I think he's making 9. I can find out correctly. But still, that contract, I wouldn't.
He's making Mo Bamba money. See, everybody's in that Mo Bamba range. I can't hear you, Marvin.
Montrez, $9 million. Now here's the deal. Here's a quote I can tell you this. If Montrezl Harrell was to go to Miami, Philly, Bulls, 76ers, he'd take less money. I can guarantee you. A lot of players on this squad here know they can get this money on here because it's not ran well. They sign these contracts due to, just like you were talking the other day, you guys were talking the other day about how much they covet Terry Rozier. Well, they covered Rozier for the simple fact that they could use him to try to put butts in the seat. But is he moving the needle? I don't think so. I like Rozier. Don't get
listen. But Marvin, slow down one second. Marvin, I gotta hold up. I don't think Terry Rozier is coveted to put butts in the seats like that. I think that's Gordon Hayward. That's attributed to Gordon Hayward.
You're gonna pay him that kind of money. He better.
Well, you gotta pay players. I mean, come on, everybody gonna work for free now. Let's stop that.
Right. I mean, come on, spending money crazy don't mean it's right, Tex.
But Marvin, I
don't care what you say.
Marvin, I get your point, but you have to realize they're the Charlotte Hornets. Any player that they get in free agency, they have to overpay for on the team to get him there. To get him there. So regardless, so Terry Rozier, who is mainly, I think, a $15 million player, if he goes to a big market team, when he comes to Charlotte, it's going to be $20 million.
And I understand that. But what I'm saying,
he's there for a trade, right? Didn't he get there?
Yeah, he got there through a trade.
Hold on, guys.
And be very transparent.
Hold on.
And be very transparent with you.
Here's the deal. First of all, you're making excuses for the organization. Second of all, you're putting band-aids on.
I'm not making no excuses for the organization.
Marvin on one already.
I'm not. No excuses for the organization.
I'm not. I never said it was a bad deal. Small market. You always say they have to overpay. Bullshit.
They do. They have to overpay. They do have to overpay.
That's called bad decisions. That's called bad decisions. Period. Point fucking blank.
It don't matter. All small market teams have
to
exactly,
overpay. Larry Bird.
I'm gonna tell you
this.
Okay, well, all right.
If you the Atlanta Hawks,
I'm not a Charlotte Hornets fan. I'm not a Charlotte Hornets fan.
If you a small market team, you got to overpay.
That ain't no written rule no damn way.
I mean, but that traditionally that's true though, Marvin. Traditionally that is true.
Especially if you're a losing franchise. If you're a losing franchise.
Down, but that is not a written rule nowhere in the damn NBA. If you want to live by that, then you can. But it's not a written rule.
I never said it was a written rule.
So why you got an unwritten
rule? It's an unwritten rule.
So why you have to go by it then? Why you have to go by it?
because traditionally that happens.
Fuck tradition.
I'm gonna tell you why. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I can tell you why.
You're getting a bit emotional, and I get that. But listen, let me explain this to you. All small market teams that are
I think FYF really loves me. I know you love me, FYF.
That are badly ran,
follow me everywhere I go.
Overplay to keep talent or to bring in talent, because small market teams, they don't draw in free agents like the Lakers do. So what do they have to do? They have to overpay players in free agency to entice them to come. Usually they have to either trade or draft well. The Golden State Warriors had to do that for a while until they got everything figured out with the draft. Now players just want to go there because they feel like they can win a ring. That's the same thing players do for the Lakers.
Meaning this, you don't have to follow the same pretense.
That's the same thing players do in Miami.
All right, hold on. Meaning this, you don't have to follow the same pretense.
Guys, let me interject here for a second. Let me try to arbitrate this just a little bit. The reason why a lot of these small markets have to pay extra, you follow what I'm saying, or a little more than major markets, is because of lifestyle. They don't offer the same kind of lifestyle or some opportunities that these bigger markets offer. So they're gonna have to lure them in somehow. You can't just lure them in because I got a pond by, a house by a pond. You feel me? That's a vacation home. Shit, I don't need to come there for that. You feel me? So a lot of times these smaller markets, they have to overpay to lure them in, basically to compensate for the things they don't have that larger markets do have.
Well,
and that's from the business part, Marvin. You know what I'm saying?
And to be transparent, who actually really wants to go to Charlotte right now? It's abysmal. They're a losing franchise. Who wants to go there? Nobody.
All I'm gonna tell you is this, and as long as you guys have the same pretense that they should do it, then they're gonna be where they are. It's gotta change. Is all I'm saying.
Through the draft, Marvin. Through the draft.
Wait, y'all keep telling me y'all know this. Wait a minute, y'all keep telling me y'all know this, but you okay with it. I ain't okay with it. That's what I'm saying.
But Marvin, you Dallas. Listen, Marvin, you Dallas and you Chicago. Those are two large cities with a whole lot going on.
Listen, smart organizations are ran by smart people. I don't give a damn if you in Timbuktu. Let me say this: smart organizations are ran by smart people. I don't give a damn if it's in Timbuktu. You can run it smartly. I don't give a damn about small market. I don't give a damn about what you should do. When you wait, let me finish. When you make bad deals, that's what they are. You guys are putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound that'll never fucking change the organization. Now, when is it gonna change? When is it gonna change? All right, so hold on.
Listen.
Hold on, man.
Yeah, Marvin.
So when y'all gonna change?
You're going off a little bit.
When y'all gonna change?
Hold on, Marvin. Let him go. Go ahead, Marvin.
Talk about an unsuccessful organization and y'all trying to make fucking excuses for them. Real simple.
Hold on, Marvin. We're gonna get to your point.
Marvin, we never made an excuse for them. We just say the decisions they make and what they're doing. We never said it was good or not. We never said that. We never said giving Gordon Hayward $30 million was good. We never said that. We just said we know it's a bad deal. It's just that they have to overpay him to get him there. That's all we're saying. We never said it was a good deal, Marvin. So please stop putting words in our mouth.
And let me add this, Murgot. Right. Let me add this also. And Marvin knows this. He knows this. But like you said, I understand, Marvin, when this vicious cycle going to stop, right? Who's going to break the cycle? But when a good player, when a good player gets I'm not going to say a good player. When a high draftee gets drafted to one of these small market teams and he develops into an all-star or to a superstar, you follow what I'm saying? Now it's up to the small market to try to get talent around that person. You feel me?
Exactly.
That's where a lot of small markets mess up at because that's where a lot of small markets mess up at because they don't want to really give too much money when they already got somebody filling up the seats. So now they become greedy. Remember I told you these oligarchs are really greedy. That's all they about, greedy. If they can have one star and he sell out every game, then they probably ain't even worry about trying to win a championship. If they raking in hundreds of millions of dollars every year. It's only when the fans start to clamor against the organization. Like, what is this? It's the same thing every year. First round exit. You follow what I'm saying? I.e. Portland Trailblazers.
So let me get
I.e.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I said I.e.
There's your mold right there on how to get it right in a small market. So don't tell me it can't be done.
Portland's not. Portland's not.
They drafted Marvin. Remember, they drafted.
You guys are too easy to accept what Charlotte does.
We're not easy to accept. How you say that?
Never accept me. Never
Because y'all
accept
keep
me.
saying that's why they're doing it. Because they small
I
market.
said they accept it. We just tell you why it happens.
Well, just because you
what
say
happened?
it's why it's happening.
Marvin, listen, Marvin, come on. Marvin, stop the pestilence. Okay, come on, stop it, Marvin. You're old enough and you've seen too much basketball. You know how this thing go. Look at San Antonio Spurs right now. Let's look at San Antonio. Isn't that a small market and it was successful? How was they successful, Marvin?
They drafted.
I know exactly how it.
Let Marvin answer that. Let Marvin answer that. How were they successful?
First of all, they draft properly and they make good decisions on their contract.
And they stayed. Those guys stayed. They didn't leave. They didn't bail out.
Don't tell me nothing about no damn Gordon Hayward had to be assigned for no $30 million when you know you ain't have to. I don't give a damn what nobody says.
I don't like that. Listen, Marvin, I don't like that in a whole lot of Marvin. I can speak for a lot of Charlotte. Yes, exactly. A lot of Hornets didn't like that either. Now, that was Michael Jordan's doing. He wanted that Larry Bird emblem. You follow what I'm saying?
We wanted Gordon Hayward. We never said it was a good deal, man. Stop putting words.
Okay,
in
well, give me a good deal. Give me a good deal that they need to make. Give one of you both, either one of y'all. No, give me something.
Marvin, Marvin. Let's look at Oklahoma City for a second. They got good how? Okay, there was the Seattle Supersonics, but they got good how? How did they get good?
They're building through the draft. They're a young team. They're doing it the right way.
Now, what happened when those players left? Where they at now?
They picked up a couple of veterans. Now what?
When those players left, Marvin, they was at the bottom of the barrel.
But
until Chris Paul comes. And then when Chris Paul left, they went right back to the bottom of the barrel.
They didn't have a contract though.
But these would happen to small market teams. That's why it's crucial. Once you get a Lamelo Ball, this is where I'm headed. Once you get a Lamelo Ball, you draft it. Once you get a James Bouknight, you draft it. Once you have a Miles Bridges prior to his incident, you draft it. Once you have a PJ Washington, a Cody Martin, Jalen McDaniels that you drafted, Nick Richards that you drafted. You understand? JT Thor and new Mark Williams right now. You know, Kai Jones. You have to develop those guys. That's it.
I understand that.
Now, what happens is the organization, like I'm telling you, Cliffy is coming in like a wrecking ball, like a demolition.
He don't negotiate no contracts.
No, listen, you're not understanding where I'm coming from. Please. Don't project. Don't project. Just listen to where I'm coming from and watch my crescendo. This is why Cliffy coming in and saying, guys, you guys doing this wrong. I know you're profiting. I know you're making good money, but far as the winning aspect, you're doing it wrong. And this is why the coaches that have came in since my departure can't take you nowhere. Because you have to be more invested in development of the guys that you really got playing. Stop running them up and down the ladder through the G League when some of them guys don't even need to be in the G League. They need to be on court in real time, in real speed, getting their game together.
First things first.
Because you're not winning nothing, no way.
Tear it down and start over. Plain and simple. Tear it down.
What you think they're doing?
Marvin.
What do you mean what I think they're doing? I'm looking at the contract right now.
JT Thor.
Thing down. I'm looking at
Bryce McGowan, Jalen McDaniels, Cody Martin, Kai Jones.
They still got bad contracts.
They got a lot of young players on their team.
Hold on. Let me speak. Let's see. Marvin, let me break this down to you real quick. The reason why they cannot move Gordon Hayward is because he has low trade value and a bad contract.
I don't give a damn. Give him away. I don't give a damn. Give him away.
They don't want to give that away. They're a small market. They just can't give it away.
Well, they can get something back. I'm not saying for nothing. I didn't say let him walk. Listen, hold up, Mergon. You're not going to get the same value out of that contract from him. I don't care where you take it.
Let me speak, Marvin.
You're not going to get the same value, period.
I'm going. I gave you the floor. Give me the floor, all right? Have that respect. Now, let's break this thing down. Since we're talking about it. They have to move. I agree. Move Gordon Hayward. However, Mitch just doesn't want to just move him just to move him, especially when his trade value is low. They're going to try to play him this season and try to move him. I think they're going to try to move him at the trade deadline. because they have a lot of young talent on this team. They're going to try to give minutes to. Then when they go into the next offseason, when they have more cap space, then they can do more moves and be able to push the team forward in the right direction the way it's supposed to be. That's what they're looking to do, especially with a player that's eating up the money that has low trade value. Let him play. Hopefully he stays healthy. Then going into next year, our team going to want to take that on because he has an expiring contract. So it's more enticing to take it on because you can pay him off, get him off your books, Gordon Hayward can go somewhere else like a championship contender team and be able to take less money to go play for somebody off the bench.
And he's scared to do that. Gordon Hayward's scared to leave.
So that's what they're going to do. Now, hold on, let me finish. Let me say this part right here. Now they're going to move in the young players. They have a lot of young players on this team that came through the G League that they're drafted in the first round and the second round. They have to play those guys. They play them, see which ones fit, see which ones don't, and then move them as necessary along with all those picks they have in the first round and second round in order to build this team around Lamelo because that's the direction they're moving in. That's what they're doing. I agree that basically they do have 2 bad contracts on the books. However, they can't just move those guys for pennies on the dollar, especially when they pay so much for them. So much for them. They want to at least get something for them. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, all right. Now let me say this. First of all, I'm not a Charlotte Hornets fan. I'm not taking up for them. I'm not trying to make them better. I'm telling you what's wrong. If you want to think that last year wasn't last year and they knew them damn contracts on that damn organization, then you can think that. If you want to think that them young players didn't get minutes last year and they should have, you can think that. This ain't just started yesterday. This been there for a while. Don't tell me that it's all up in arms now because of Gordon Hayward now. It was last year. It was year before that. It was the signing from the damn beginning. Don't give me excuses for bad decisions of an organization. Wait. Let me finish. And then tell me the direction that you think they're going to go in. What we have seen is total disaster. Totally. If you think they're going to change it now, then you got another thing coming. If you think Bouknight's going to play big minutes, then you got another thing coming. If Dex thinks that, he's got another. Now, they're doing one thing right, and that's with Lamelo Ball. Yes, they are. But I don't give a damn. And when I say get rid of him for little or nothing, I mean get a little bit. You're going to have to do it because I don't give a damn if the trade deadline come around. Still ain't nobody going to want Hayward, and you still going to be in the same damn situation at the trade deadline, guaranteeing it. I can guarantee you this. When the trade deadline hit this year, we're going to be saying the same damn thing. They can't move their contract, guys. They can't move their contract. And when they can't, where are they? Still in the same damn place. Marvin, listen, wait, let me finish. As well as you guys say that they have to overpay guys to get them because it's a small market team, then you have to bite the bullet and lose at that present time to get rid of them. If you listen, your premise, you guys' premise is this. They're a small market team, so they have to overpay. You know what? My premise is this. They're a small market team, so they're going to have to get burnt. They're going to have to get burnt to get better, meaning you have to let it happen. Well, okay, you're going to get burned even more. You're going to have sores all over your ass. Hubble bubble. What
happens is, Marvin, is that they need to get creative control.
Pause.
Wow. Damn.
Guys, listen.
You went Matrix. You went Matrix.
Yes. You know, that was Murgot. They have to get creative control and then use that force to sit Gordon Hayward like they set all the players like what's his name? The walls of the world. You follow what I'm saying? You just got to make that hard decision. But the only reason why they won't do it is because I just think Michael Jordan is being a little miser due to the fact that he don't want to look bad because, the ego thing comes in.
Already looking bad. It's too late.
That's what. Listen, I understand that. You understand that, but you're talking to a man that's worth over $1 billion. Okay, so his mindset might be a little different when it comes to finance. He's going to get every ounce. He's going to get every ounce of cheer that he can out of Gordon Hayward.
Well, let me say this to that: $1 billion man. He don't want to look bad. Every fucking body in the NBA know he looking bad. He don't give a damn. He don't even talk about it. He been looking bad. He was looking bad last year. He's looking bad year before that. What's the difference in this year? Come on, man. That's what I don't like. It's too many excuses being put up for these guys.
Listen, we're not making excuses. We're telling you what it is. That's not bringing up no excuses.
I don't want to talk about
telling you that Michael Jordan is cheap with the purse strings.
I don't want to talk about the bad. I don't want to talk.
Okay, if you want to talk about the good, we talking about Cliffy. We talking about how Cliffy coming there like a wrecking ball, demolishing that old mindset, that old what we call them again, the good old boys mindset of North Carolina, and allowing these youngsters just to ball out and feel free because they're not winning a championship this year. So why? Or next, no time soon. So why are they still with the flow?
Time, man.
No, listen, this ain't a process right here. We talking about letting these youngsters just play and let them become cohesive with their play. You follow what I'm saying? Let them figure it out a little bit. You follow what I'm saying? You got to unleash these horses, man, because you got a lot of young talent on this team. It's crazy that they have to be subdued the way they are.
I mean, just
Cliffy is not going to do it. Cliffy's not going to do it.
Just the signing of Montrezl Harrell last year was wrong. He doesn't fit the timeline. It was a bad deal.
Marvin, you keep saying don't talk about the bad, but you keep reverting to the bad.
You keep bringing it up, man.
What's wrong with the team? You making bad deals.
You said forget about that, right?
Okay.
Don't tell me somebody.
All right, let me say this. Don't tell me somebody won't take Gordon Hayward, because they will. And if you have to give him up for a whole lot less than you paid for him, hubble bubble. That's what you got to do.
Now, like I was saying, I believe Cliffy, because if you heard his interview with Woj, okay, on Woj podcast, he talked about a free and open offense. What do that mean to you? I mean, honestly, to all of us who knows basketball to some degree.
That just means
what do that mean to you?
That's Lamelo Ball's. That's Lamelo Ball's way of getting what he needs, and that's all that is. It's the right direction. How about that? Put it like that.
You was kind of squeaky, Marvin. Could you say that again? I guess I don't know what you putting on your jacket or something.
Can you hear me now? No, I'm on.
There you go. Now you're clear. Say that again. Man. What does that mean to you?
Listen, Dex, I can totally agree that Cliffy has a brighter vision for these guys. The only thing one thing about it, see, me, you, and Murgard would not be talking about so lively about this team if they were our team. Neither one of these are basically the team that we root for. If I was a Charlotte Hornets fan, well, if I was a true Charlotte Hornets fan, you think I'm ranting now? Y'all would probably kick me off the panel. Because listen, I know the Bulls have not made great decisions, but they're doing better. You cannot tell me that the Charlotte Hornets are doing better. And that's from last year, from the year before that to this year. Now
I can agree.
They kind of on the right path on what they're trying to do with LaMelo. Yes, they are. But you still got to deal with the elephant in the room, which is what's holding this organization back. And if it takes hell or high water to get it done, you have to get it done. Or else you're going to be in this forever, for the next 5 years. I mean, you have to just you just have to bite the bullet, get it done, tear this thing down, start over the right way, and build it to become a winning organization. Just holding on to these contracts, saying that you're not going to get back enough because of what you paid for them, does not fix it. You're going to have to bite the bullet and do what needs to be done to get it done correctly. Now, starting with Melo, truth enough, that is the right direction. I don't know much about Cliffy. You're real high on him about his expectations on the team. Okay, I'm still in a wait and see mode. Let's see.
Whoa. See, I just told everybody in the beginning of the stream, do not say that Cliffy's my guy.
If they're losing,
see how quick that go? See how quick that go? Yeah, they trying to put Cliffy my guy. I already made a disclaimer.
Here's the deal with Cliffy. If he's not winning in the middle of the season next year, heat is going to be on him. He might not even be there. We don't know that because
that's for anybody in NBA practically.
Yeah, but you're looking for him to be the savior. What if they get into Fernie?
No, they're not looking for Cliffy to be the savior. They're looking for Cliffy to structure the savior.
Well, I'm listening to you guys, and I'm saying it again. You're giving excuses. You're gonna give excuses to him. Hell
What are you
no.
talking about? What excuses come in at?
Because you always have an answer to why they bad. That's an excuse.
I agree.
What?
I mean, they're bad because
you agree,
KNT? Because they're bad.
Yeah,
Like,
somebody give me some understanding.
Let me give him some understanding. I got you, Marvin. I got you, Marvin.
We know that
shout out to the pedal. Shout out to Flight
They got some bad players on the team. We know they get rid of them. We know that. It's just difficult to get rid of them motherfuckers right now.
And
I'm not even coming from that angle right there.
I would chime in.
Hold on real quick. I just jumped over here. Shout out to the pedal. If you just jumped over here, if you just watched it or maybe forgot, hit that like button to boost the Flight Sports up in the algorithms. You feel me? But like I was saying, like
turn your mic down just a little tad bit.
Oh, hold on. Let me go to the mic down real quick.
Just a tad bit, not too much.
What about now?
Okay, good.
Okay, so with that being said, right, we know they're not good. The reasons why there ain't no excuses. You know what I'm saying? It's just a bad team. You know what I'm saying? We seeing all the moves that they could make, the smart moves that they could make. They making none of them. You know what I'm saying? And the worst part about it is you're a bad team and still not trying to sell tickets. Like that's like your main job. And number two, you got the future of the NBA and to give him the keys. And
whoa, hold on. Say that again. Repeat that.
They were scared to give him the keys.
Oh, they was. See,
well, we gotta see it. We gotta see it on the court. I don't like Marvin said, a wait and see, because we hear a lot of stuff, but we keep seeing bad decisions they keep making.
Okay, just pay homage when you see it. Okay.
That's what I said. We said we been said he needed to have the key. He said we been said that
he got the keys. I'm saying he don't need them no more. He got them.
Oh, we gonna see.
That's what I'm touting.
But we can't say that until we see him really run that team. You know what I'm saying? But right now it's conversation. You feel me? And what we know about the Hornets, they're known for making the bad decisions and making the bad moves. You see what I'm saying? But
so you basing it off of history.
I'm just basing it off of what they do, like who they are. At the beginning of the season, I told you what they was going to do. All the logical decisions, they're not going to make because they're bad. They're a bad team. As much as just because LaMelo's there and they got a lot more light on them now. Now we're being talked about them.
Exactly. That's true.
You know what I'm saying? We've been knew they were a bad team. It's just now that everybody, the world can see they're a bad team.
But see, listen, KNT, what I've been trying to say for the last 3-4 weeks now is that the NBA is tired of this, man. You follow what I'm saying? They're tired of these small market teams screwing stuff up. This is the reason why CJ McCullough went to the Pelicans. There's no way CJ McCullough going to the Pelicans. No way. He's not. That's not even his mindset. You understand what I'm saying? If he was going to leave the Portland Trailblazers, you best believe he's going to lead them for grander pastures. He went there to make sure they don't screw that Zion Williamson thing up. He is a president of the Players Association. What is that noise in the mic?
Who noise is that?
Somebody needs to mute their mic.
I'm about to mute mine, see if I still.
I know it ain't yours. It ain't Murgod. It must be Marvin. Marvin got his phone in his pocket. That's exactly what it was.
So like you got a shade on.
So what I'm saying is that they don't want them to mess this Lamelo Ball thing up. I'm trying to tell you. What they NBA trying to do, now mark my words, guys. Charge me if I'm wrong. See, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it again. Charge me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
They're looking to have a Lamelo Ball and Luka rivalry. It ain't no Ja Morant. It's Lamelo Ball and Luka rivalry. And they trying to, listen, the NBA is trying their best to keep Charlotte from screwing this up. You follow what I'm saying? Because it's too much money.
I think it's a LaMelo Ja Morant rivalry.
No, it ain't Ja Morant. No.
I think Ja Morant showing a lot.
Listen, guys, listen.
I think
me.
It's Ja.
Guys, trust me.
I think it's all three. I think there's gonna be them.
It could be all three, but if you're gonna say all
let me share. No. Listen, it ain't no Trae Young. It ain't no.
Young's not really marketable like that. He's not really boxed up.
Oh my God! Don't mess this up, guys. Don't convolute what I'm trying to tell you here.
All right, go ahead.
Luka
Continue,
is
my guy. My bad.
Caucasian. Listen what I'm telling you. Luka is Caucasian, right? Lamelo Ball, yes, he's mixed, but he represent more black than he do his other biracial side, right? The way he talks, his swag, and everything else. You feel me? He uses the N-words from time to time. He represents that. The NBA have always lauded those two dynamics as their program. The Larry Birds of the world, the Magic Johnsons of the world, and when Michael Jordan surpassed Magic, it became Michael and Larry. I don't know if y'all remember that. At some point before Larry broke down, maybe for 2 or 3 years before Larry broke down, it was Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, NBA, and then Michael Jordan surpassed all of them. And they never got a rivalry to rival Mike. They never got a rivalry to rival Mike. So that aspect of the NBA was predicated based on a Michael Jordan lookalike. Okay, we had other players that come in. They thought it was going to do something. They wasn't it. It wasn't him, like KNT said. It wasn't him. Then we came all the way up to a Kobe Bryant era, right? And in the Kobe Bryant era, Shaq was still in the way to some degree. You still had a Tracy McGrady to some degree. But who was the polar opposite? Wasn't it Steve Nash and Dirk Nowitzki?
Yeah.
They was kind of battling it out in the West. Who was going to be, Steve Nash or it's going to be Dirk Nowitzki? Steve Nash kind of held it for a minute, but he's kind of small. Dirk Nowitzki was kind of a recluse. You know what I'm saying? Dirk Nowitzki was a recluse, okay? But at the same time, they still kept bringing up that dynamic of white and black. This is what the NBA really harnessed itself on. That dynamic. You follow what I'm saying? Because you have a population that want this guy to shine, a population that want to be represented by this guy. So this is why I'm saying it's Luka already has his out. Luka already got that. Ain't nobody else close to Luka on that out. But you still have people emerging from the other out. You follow what I'm saying? Giannis, yeah, he's a foreigner, but we already got a foreigner with Luka. They can't wait for LaMelo to emerge. I know y'all say Ja Morant, right? I know y'all say that. But the only reason why I'm saying it's really not so much Ja Morant. It's more so either could be Zion or LaMelo to represent that side of the aisle against the Lukas of the world. And if they can actually get that to be some type of competitive rivalry, then the NBA feels that they can market that and take it to a whole new level and make the game even expand even more. So this is why Michael Jordan is on the hot seat. This is why that organization is on the hot seat, because they can't cry broke. They can't cry broke because the NBA know their numbers. And look at what that organization is worth. It's worth them to $2 billion. So you ain't broke. You playing games. You leeching. And that's something that they don't want. And they don't want that from no team. And the only reason why I'm bringing up Michael is because if you heard what Cliffy said about Michael, see that we go back to that. He said the exact same thing that Coffee have said. He said the exact same thing that Coach Joe have said. He said the exact same thing that I have said and Marvin have said, and that brother that was on the other day, that came on the other day. And he was spitting some real crucial facts. This is what Cliffy said. Michael is so uber competitive, and he has the cachet to get on the phone and make things happen. Yeah. So if that's the case, Cliffy, this was what he said. I didn't say it. I've been saying it, but he said it recently on Woj podcast. If that's the case, Cliffy, why is Charlotte in the position that is in? It's only because they trying to skim fat off the hog without putting the hog on the grill.
Yo, and the crazy part is, they go back onto your point, right? And you cooking with hot grease right now, Dex, because like they wouldn't be saying it if it ain't been happening. And number two, free agency. What are they doing? Like really, y'all have big holes in y'all team, and y'all not making no moves. What are they doing, Dex?
think Dex stopped talking because he was capping.
Oh, my bad. Oh yeah. No. Let me answer that. I had my mic on mute because I thought you was going to go off, KNT. Yeah. The reason why, because the NBA wants them to get this right so bad is because through years past, they was eating high off the hog in the cloak of darkness. But now, since they have a player of the ilk of Lamelo Ball and that celebrity that surrounds him, the fanfare that they have now is young. They're not it's not the fanfare of the old heads like me or the FYFs or the what's the other boy, Uncle Vern of the Marvins. You know what I'm saying? Us older guys. You feel me? The fanfare is young, like 9, 10 years old, that's going mad crazy to shove their parents in to go buy some Lamelo Ball shoes. You feel me? So the NBA wants this organization to get it right. They want the New Orleans Pelicans to get it right. They're tired of these organizations just sitting hot, milking the cow for what it is and not trying to present a winning product unless they draft it. You follow what I'm saying? No, sometimes you have to go out and get it and be able to integrate some of the old veterans with some of these new rock stars and make something happen and come up with a winning formula. Everybody's not going to be the Golden States of the world. Everybody's not going to be the Boston Celtics of the world. Everybody's not going to be the Los Angeles Lakers of the world. But you still drafted a star that is very, very good. And now all you need is to put decent pieces around it and make this team competitive again, because too many eyes is watching. And when too many eyes watch, you know, the NBA gets a little nervous when guys are not doing the right thing. Then they will intercede. That's what happened with the Lakers with Jenny Buss when all that was going on. I don't know how far your memory go, but it was going on with the Jenny Buss Lakers, and people came out there to protest in front of Staples Center. And when they came out and drove to protest Staples Center to oust, can you believe it? Oust Jenny Buss. The commissioner had to step in and have a meeting with Jenny Buss. And from that meeting, Adam Silver said, I believe she understands now, and I believe that, you know, the Lakers gonna right their ship. Do y'all remember that in recent years? Like 2020. Do y'all remember that? That's how bad it got for the Lakers. So now if eyes is on these teams like Charlotte and the Pelicans with these young budding superstars, they too gonna have to get it right. And the NBA do not want to intercede, but they will, because these oligarchs do not play when it comes to revenue.
Yeah. And let me say this, Dex. What is the definition of insanity? You know it. Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. So when you tell me that small market teams have to overpay, that is a true definition of insanity. Because how long have we known the shit don't work? Why do you keep saying it? That's why I say excuses. I'm not angry, guys. Don't get me wrong. I'm just tired of taking up for a team that don't want to do shit. If you're going to keep doing the same fucking thing over and over, and you've been seeing the results of it, then you're going to be where you are. That's all I'm saying. It's not, to me, you don't make the same moves of a low market team and you notice that they ain't going no damn well. You just don't do it. Why would you do it? The last small market team did it and they nowhere. Why in the hell would you do it? But what we have to say about that is they're a small market team. This is the only way they can operate. No, it is not. No, it is not. Make smart decisions, do the right thing, and maybe your organization, I mean, Golden State did it. You got all kind of blueprints out there of teams that did it. So I'm not angry. I'm just saying when I hear people say, but this is the reason they did it. This is why they did it. That is an excuse to me. That is truly an excuse. And obviously that excuse has not worked, because you look at other teams, small market teams, and you notice where they are. They start at the beginning of the season, hover around the bottom. At the mid-season, they hovering around the bottom. And at the end of the season, they hovering around the bottom. I don't want to fucking hover around the bottom. I want my team to win. And if you're going to keep doing the same damn thing, it's like if my brother ran out in the middle of the street and got hit by a car, the next 5 minutes I go out there, I'm going to get hit by the damn car. It doesn't make sense. You need to do something that's going to make sense. It's now, all Marvin,
I will agree with you based on the talent that Gordon Hayward was at the time he received that contract. But if it was a player that was coming in with a winning mindset to bring this organization back to some type of respectability, I wouldn't mind that. Because some people even think they overpaid for Lonzo Ball going to Chicago Bulls. Some people thought they overpaid DeMar DeRozan to go to the Chicago Bulls. So that happens. If you want to win, you got to pay. You know what I'm saying? You got to pay for talent. But it's only because the talent was Gordon Hayward at the time. It was Gordon Hayward. If they would have got Gordon Hayward the first time they went after him during his rookie extension, that was the better version of Gordon Hayward that you can, put a future in. But after Gordon Hayward went to Boston and got cracked up, you can't do it now. You can't do it now. That's the only thing that I'm contesting about that contract. But if it was a player that came that could bring this organization back to respectability, hey, you got to pay for it, Marvin.
But Dex, you tend to say Jordan was looking for the Larry Bird. That's an excuse.
I know that's terrible though. You're right.
Yes, it's an
terrible.
Excuse though. That's why I
Bird.
get angry about it.
But Mike might get.
Listen. If you want to win,
FYF, you gonna speak?
You cannot. You just cannot.
I'm just letting them cook right now.
You just cannot say that. You're looking for a Larry Bird and then it doesn't work. I mean, it doesn't work and then it's okay. No, it's not okay. No, it is not okay. It's what's holding the organization down right now. It's part of it. And then you add other contracts. I can go on and on. There's other contracts on that roster that are not right.
Let me help you out a little more. The Lakers went through a few bad seasons with bad contracts on their thing. But by them being a prime location, they was able to come up out of those bad contracts. You follow what I'm saying? Because they was able to attract certain kind of free agents, and then they got lucky in the draft with the Andrew Bynum and things of that nature. They took a chance on the 18-year-old. You follow what I'm saying? So things start to get a little better. Then boom, we land that all that talent with Randall, with Clarkson, with Nance, with Lonzo, with Brandon Ingram, with the Josh Harts of the world, the Zubaks. You follow what I'm saying? The Thomas Bryants of the world, the Mikhailovich of the world, and the other dude, Wagner, that's up in Orlando. Lakers had all that. I forgot Kuzma, for crying out loud. You feel me? Lakers got all that. Then they got a few trades that come in, the Caldwell Pope's free agency, and a few little here and a few little there, and they got so attractive and so scrumptious that LeBron James said, "Hey man, I kind of see a little bit of Cleveland right there." You feel me? I kind of see a little something right there. So my wife wants me to move out west because Bronny wants to go to Sierra Canyon and play with the Wade of the world and all them people. So let's try it. And it worked until they all got injured. And when they all got injured, LeBron said, "Man, I ain't finna stretch myself playing with these kids. You know what I'm saying? I got to go a little extra hard. Let me get some veteran help here, so I don't have to go so hard." And the rest is history. But they did it through the draft and a few little trades here and there.
And like I said, don't get me wrong. I'm not riding you guys by saying it, thinking that you guys are making excuses for them. I know y'all. I tell you this. If I said this earlier, if any one of you guys were pure Charlotte Hornets fans, your voice would be heard louder. You'd be saying things a little louder. Right now, we just talk about it and go to the next thing, and we don't give a damn because it's not our team. And the fans of Charlotte don't speak loudly enough about it.
But I think y'all missing the point. I think y'all missing what Charlotte's doing. I think y'all are looking at the now because if you want them to do so well now, and if you actually look at what Charlotte is doing and how they're setting themselves up for the future, because you look currently right now, they've already positioned themselves because they're under the NBA salary cap. That's a good thing. So they're not going to get hit with the luxury tax. But if you look at the contracts that they're going to have on the books going into next year, they're going to have Gordon Hayward's expiring deal, which is going to be easy to move if they want to bring in a heavy hitter. They got Terry Rozier all the way to 2026, right? Oubre's going to be off the books. Plumlee will be off the books. Batum's contract is, because remember, they gave Batum the stretch provision. He's finally going to be off the books. They'll have LaMelo still. They're going to probably extend Bridges, so that might be a bigger deal. But actually, they might get him cheap because of this situation. They got Cody Martin. They're going to have P.J. Washington, Bouknight, Mark Williams, Kai Jones. But McDaniels, Richards, all these other guys are going to be off the books. They're positioning themselves to go into the 2023-24 free agency and make major moves because they're shedding a whole bunch of dead weight. And the guys that they need, the guys that they want to be the core are going to be locked under contract. Remember, they can't just get good immediately. They have to remember Batum's contract's still on the books with the stretch provision. They have to let that shed. That's coming off next year. So right now, they're probably setting themselves up. Look, we're going to go through another rough and tough year where things don't look perfect. But going into 23-24, they've set themselves up to go haywire in free agency, and they can chase the biggest and the best out there if they want to, because they're going to have a ton of money on the books. So, right, like I said, just be patient with them because you can't get good overnight. You have to set yourself up. And the moves that they're doing right now, they're setting themselves up beautifully for the future.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Well,
so
I
you just got to be patient.
It just
don't happen overnight.
I'm talking about the present.
But the present right now, the best you can take out of this season is they found a way. Even with Gordon Hayward's bad contract, they're still under the salary cap.
Well,
so you're not going to get hit with a luxury tax. And then so imagine this. Imagine the income you can make. Imagine if this team plays above expectation next year and they find a way to sneak into the playoffs. You know how much revenue you gain just by being in the first round of the playoffs if they can sneak in?
FYF. You making it seem like being under the salary cap is a huge thing. The Bulls are under that.
No, what I'm saying is not. What I'm saying is right now.
Wait, let me finish. But you talking loud. You talking loud about them being under the cap like it's a great thing. That's what you're supposed to be.
Question mark.
One at a time.
I don't think
he's making it a point of the case.
Hold
on, I'm making it a big deal because when you're a team
brought back, that's a major problem.
Okay, so when you're a team,
they had a chance to get off of him.
So when you're a team where nobody knows, is a big question mark if you'll even make the playoffs, you want to be under the salary cap. The worst thing you can be in the NBA is a team that's over the cap paying the luxury tax and you don't make the playoffs. That's the worst thing. So the best thing they can be in right
Lakers.
Now. So right now, their goal right now, because this roster, looking at the roster, they're not a playoff team, but they're under the salary cap, so they're not going to spend a ton of money. Going into next year in the 23-24 season, they're only going to have 68 million on the books. They're going to be able to, they could pull 2 max players if they wanted to and really surround LaMelo with some star power. And then we can see what this roster is really about. But you have to be patient now because they're not going to get good this year. It takes time.
All right. Question. How long have they been bad?
For a while. Since 2000, what?
So 16? How much patience should I preach here?
But Marvin,
well, how long have you actually been a Charlotte fan? So why do you?
He's not a Charlotte fan.
This is the conversation. This is the conversation. I'm not a Charlotte fan. This is just the conversation.
I got a question right here. That solves that. When have they had the opportunity to draft that high to acquire a LaMelo Ball they can build around?
Right after they made the bad contract with Gordon Hayward. How about that?
And they probably didn't know LaMelo was going to be LaMelo that he is right now. They drafted him high.
Buzz City, we hear echo. Buzz City, you got to turn down.
Yeah, we got an echo. Bad echo.
That's Buzz City.
Hold on. The dude that talking about Mason Plumlee.
I'm not ragging
they gave
on
Mason Plumlee $9 million for 1 year. That's not a lot.
No, but it's a lot.
They could have gave that to Mo Bamba.
That's a lot for that organization. That's a lot for that organization.
Listen, Mo Bamba's at the stage in his career where he wants years. Plumlee's just trying to stay in the league. Let me finish what I'm saying before you just get all emotional. Plumlee will take a 1 year deal. You got to think. So first of all, you don't want to go into next year with Plumlee having a 4 or 5 year, or Mo Bamba having a 4 or 5 year deal on the books.
The year of the deal are you talking about? Hold on. The years of the contract don't make it right, FYF.
Hold on. That's the business of basketball. That's why the years matter.
FYF always sleight of hand. See, this is what I don't like.
No, he can't swing on me.
Only signed 2 years.
Because you talking about that's a decent contract when nobody in the fucking NBA agree with you on that.
You can get a Plumlee on a 1 year deal for under $10 million. That's a good deal.
No, I bet you nobody else pay him that in the NBA. How many other NBA teams pay him that? Zero.
Hold on. But the thing is, Charlotte Hornets needed to fill a need. And center is one of their needs, especially.
There you go making excuses for him. You're making excuses for him.
Listen, Mo Bamba only came with 2 years, 20 million. That's it.
So you're saying that they wanted to clear cap space for 23-24. You can clearly see that's what they're trying to do.
Another excuse.
That's not excuses. That's how you position yourself.
I can't accept that
win.
Mason Plumlee though.
That's
all
called
the other
positioning
stuff,
yourself to get better in the future.
but that Mason Plumlee, he could have been off.
1 year, and it don't work like that.
No, they gave him an
still
extension.
got Nicholas Batum's contract on the books. You have to let Kelly Oubre's contract shed this year. They owe him $12 million. So when they shed all that money and they can go into free agency and hit a home run, these guards like LaMelo's gonna have another year of experience under his belt. These other guys that they're developing are gonna be better. They're gonna position themselves to be golden next year.
Y'all trying to tell me about stuff that they made mistakes on.
Y'all trying to act like this team is gonna get good next year when that's
I don't
not
give
the
a
year
damn
that
if they
they're
don't
aiming
get good in
for.
20 years. It's the conversation that we having. That's the only
What
reason
I'm saying is,
commenting on.
if you actually look at the contracts, you'll see what they're positioning themselves to do. Instead of crying about this year and the contracts, look at how they're strategizing for the next 5 years, not 1 year at a time.
Direction a little better than what it's
Please give me a mic. Please give me the mic.
Why don't you just go study the contracts and you will see?
Hold on 1 second. Let me listen. According to the Charlotte Observer, right? That's their paper. Mason Plumlee contracts become fully guaranteed for next season. The big man would have been due just 4.6 million of his $9 million salary this season if the Hornets had waived him prior to June 21st.
Okay.
This is what I'm saying. So you talking about his contract is falling off. It was already dead. Yeah. All they had to do was cut him.
They still needed a center. They couldn't just let him walk when they need a center.
Obama was online.
And so in the NBA, when you want to keep a player for 1 year, what you do is you overpay him for 1 year just to keep him for that 1 year.
It's really amazing how you just.
That's what you see the NBA do. If they want to keep you for 1 year, they'll overpay you just to keep you for one season, but your money's gone the next year.
Listen, are you going to tell me Mason Plumlee?
That's what NBA teams do. They do it all the time.
You guys see what FYF doing, right? As soon as I talk, then you want to talk.
But I'm saying, talk business of basketball. Don't talk about things you don't know.
Hey guys, didn't I just read you what they said about their own
you're talking about the Charlotte Observer. I'm telling you, historically in the NBA, the team will overpay for 1 year to keep a guy.
Historically, we're talking about the Charlotte.
Okay, we're talking about Charlotte, but I told you I'm not going to
let nobody interject until I get this straight right here. When he's finished
you guys are talking about this year like they're going to be competitive, and they're positioning themselves.
But you notice he won't let me go. He won't let me go. He's very dominant. He's not even dominant on his own stream.
You can go, Jack, but let me tell him this: when they ain't worth a shit, you can go. But when they ain't worth a shit in 3 years, he won't come on the panel.
You're not factual.
Because I'm reading it to you. Y'all just ran off a whole bunch of.
He said his contract was supposed to fall off next year. I'm telling you, his contract already fell off
at the end of this
season,
and
they extended him.
His contract. They gave him a 1 year deal. His contract is ended after this season.
Okay, now can I talk? Can I talk on this stream? Because you don't even do that much talking on your own stream.
I mean, do I got to share my screen so people can see the cap?
Mason Plumlee contract becomes. That means it hadn't yet, but become is.
It's because the season ain't started.
Why can't I just read, dude? That's amazing.
Bro, they re-signed him. He has a new deal.
If you notice, I'm not talking of my own volition. I'm reading what they wrote.
Yeah,
Mason
you need to
Plumlee
start
contract
researching. Stop reading and go research.
Hold on, FY. Let him read. Let him finish.
You won't let nobody talk. You smart ass.
I'm not being smart. I'm saying do real research. Pull up the contract and look
at
it. It's all public information.
Mason Plumlee contract becomes fully guaranteed for next season. The big man would have been due just $4.6 million of his $9.1 million salary this season if the Hornets waived him prior to June 21st.
Okay.
So if they would have waived him, he would have walked away with less than $5 million, and that still gave them $9 million towards whatever. That gave them $5 million towards whatever they had to pursue Andre Drummond. How much did Andre Drummond get? Like $2 or $3 million? Isn't he better than Mason Plumlee? Yeah. And they still would have saved.
But did Drummond want to go to Charlotte?
Oh man.
I mean, that's a good question.
If Drummond didn't come knocking on your door, then you remember, this is Charlotte. Players don't go knocking on their door. I want to be in Charlotte.
Did they try to get him? You don't know that either.
Have you been there?
Have you been there? You said that they didn't come knocking.
It's trash.
No, I asked you again. You say did he want to come there? Do you know that they look?
Did he sign with Charlotte? Was he ever on their radar?
Do you know that?
Did you hear anything in the rumor mill about him wanting to go to Charlotte? No.
Did you hear anything? You ain't got to ask me. Ask
you know why I know that? Because he signed with Chicago. That's why I know.
That don't mean that. That don't mean that they weren't negotiating with it.
So hold on. Who did he sign with and who didn't he sign with? The thing is, let's not talk about guys that actually signed with another team. The fact remains is that Drummond signed with Chicago. He didn't want to be. That tells me he didn't want to be in Charlotte.
Murgot, did you know that the Charlotte Hornets was $29 million below the luxury cap?
Yeah.
Isn't that unbelievable? That is unbelievable.
I've been knew they were.
I know
that. They're not $29 million under the luxury tax right now.
Wow.
They're not $29 million under the luxury tax.
This is Bobby Marks, salary right? Cap. You know Bobby Marks of ESPN, who really studied this type of stuff. Not no bootleg content creator. Heading into the draft, the Hornets have $117 million in contracts, including not guaranteed, the partially guaranteed salary of Kelly Oubre.
Isn't the draft over?
Partially. Kelly Oubre wasn't even fully guaranteed.
They have $120 million on the books. The NBA salary cap is 123. They're $3 million under the cap right now.
Maybe it's better when you say it. Then I just read it, but maybe
they're under the cap. They're under the cap by $3 million today. I don't care about what the draft said. We're talking about today. They're $3 million under the cap.
Yeah, thanks to Mason Plumlee, right?
No,
I mean, here's the deal.
They're still under the cap.
That knocked out $9 million right there.
And you're going into next year.
You know how many
going into next year, they'll be about $60 million under the cap.
Do you know how many teams in the NBA are under the cap?
Not a lot.
Okay, but do you know how many? That's not
not by hand, but I know it's not a lot.
Okay. What does that mean? 11 or 27?
I don't know. You tell me. Tell me what you're getting at.
No, I'm gonna tell you one that is, and that's Chicago Bulls, and they in the right direction.
Why are we talking about the Bulls? I don't care about the Bulls.
So don't make it seem like Charlotte's doing such a fucking great job.
I didn't say no. I said they're doing a great job positioning themselves for 23, 24.
They supposed to. That's what all successful organizations do.
No, when you're this type of team, when you have to get out of a rut. To get out of the rut, you have to have guys on a whole bunch of expiring deals, which is what they have
in the rut.
And the guys that you want to move forward with, which is your core, you want to make sure they're locked up under the contract long term, which is what they've done.
FYF, if you put yourself in a rut, that don't give you no pat on the back because you get yourself out of it.
But they're getting out of the rut right now as we speak. If you look at what they're doing next year, they're out of the rut. Now we're going to be really paying attention to who they sign next year because they're going to be.
Did you hear what I said at the beginning of my conversation? I said they put themselves in it. Don't tell me they're doing good because they're coming out of it.
Not every team is going to be in a great position. Sometimes you have to work yourself out of bad situations. And if you look at what they're doing, they are.
I call that excuses. Now you can carry on.
Okay, what you mean excuses? Sometimes not every team is perfect. You make bad moves.
Are we here to get information?
But it's how you fix it.
Do we want to disseminate information or we want to convolute information? Now, Kelly Oubre. Now listen, we already talked about Miles. We already talked about Mason Plumlee. Now listen to this. With the calendar turning from June 30th to July 1st, Kelly Oubre $12.6 million contract has become fully guaranteed. Oubre had been partially guaranteed at $5 million. I mean, oh my God, you can't make this up. And will now enter unrestricted free agency after 2022-23 season. So
yes,
listen,
I said he'll be a free agent next year.
They had money to get rid of to get something that they needed.
Okay,
they
here's the problem.
To extend these guys.
But Dex,
oh my God,
this free agent class this year was weak.
Murgod, help me, Murgod, please, Murgod.
Hold on, there were no free agents to get this year, unless you wanted them to go after Jalen Brunson. Did you want them to get Jalen Brunson?
So Dex,
who did you want them to get this year?
No, I'm talking Murgod. I'm talking Murgod.
Dex, what you have to realize, Dex, is sometimes they do have to fully guarantee contracts so that they can actually retain players, especially if they don't see anything of value on the market. If they don't value something on the market, then they're not going to go after it.
Okay, Murgod, are you going?
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead, Murgod.
I'm not saying it's the best decision. I'm not saying it's right. Maybe they could have waived them, maybe they could have waived them. But a lot of times, what you have to realize too is that if they waive this, it's a lot of times they waive this player, then sign another player that still adds money on their books because they're still coming off their salary cap.
So
but listen,
a lot of
but
times,
listen
but a
to
lot
what
of times they have,
Mason
a lot
Plumlee
of times
though.
they have to do that.
Don't go to a lot of players. We talking specifically Mason Plumlee, and we're talking Kelly Oubre. That's what we're talking about here.
But listen, Dex. But that's what I'm talking about.
Break down to Mason Plumlee for me, then, Murgod. I need help with that one.
This is what they probably did. They probably evaluated the market, looked at who was out there, and who they can bring in. So if they would have waived Mason Plumlee, that would have been money. That would have been that $4 million they took off the bit. They took off the books, right? So you might as well delete that $4 or $5 million off of Mason Plumlee. Then they come in and sign, let's say, Mo Bamba to basically a 4-year, basically like a 4-year deal. That's probably worth $10 million.
Why you guys keep saying a 4-year deal when he only signed for 2? See, don't embellish. See that's the
still years,
Keep it at the 2.
I'm just giving.
No, don't give me like that. Just give me the exact 2 years. He only signed for 2 years.
All right, they just signed. They signed him for 2 years. How much was it, Dex? 2 years, what?
20 million. 10 per.
So 10 million apiece. So that's basically, to be very honest with you, that's 15 million right there.
No, that ain't how that works. Because once
it is how that works.
Hold
they
up, listen.
Him. You have a salary cap. Whatever you're using for that season, you're using it. So
right, but this is what I'm saying.
Him.
All right, that's gone because you got to pay him something. That's gone.
Yeah, that comes off of the salary cap.
Right, that comes off the salary cap. It's same as Kelly Oubre. His little $5 million is gone. No, it's not. It's only 9. It's only 9.
No, Dex, he's saying if you let Kelly Oubre Plumlee walk, who do you replace him with in this free agency class?
I don't know as far as Kelly Oubre. That one I don't know. So that's why I'm only on Mason
Plumlee or Oubre with? Because remember, you
Andre
saying
Drummond only signed for $3 million, I think, or $2.3 million.
But you're still going to give Drummond. But you're still going to give Drummond a 1-year deal. Drummond's not going to move the needle on winning and losing for this Charlotte team.
Oh my God, what is Plumlee doing?
Nothing. They both don't.
So you don't think Drummond's impact? Listen, Murgod, I'm talking to Murgod. Murgod, you don't think Drummond's impact is more than Mason Plumlee's impact?
No more.
How many Murgods understand?
Let me explain it. Neither one of those players are going to make an impact on this Charlotte Hornets team to be able to progress them forward. Now, let me explain.
That is a wacky take.
Now let me explain this too. Is Drummond a little better than Mason Plumlee? Absolutely, but he's come cheaper. He's not going to move the needle for this Hornets team. Drummond is a designated backup. That's what he is.
Okay, that's cool. What is Mason Plumlee then?
And Dex, you're forgetting that.
A designated backup. So
I think Dex is also forgetting.
Hold on, Dex. Mason Plumlee and Drummond are both designated backups. Although basically Mason Plumlee is getting paid more than Drummond, I don't agree with it. But that's just basically what he is with his deal.
Have Mason Plumlee ever made the All-Star?
No, he hasn't.
Oh, that's not even about
Have you ever averaged double digits in rebounds?
Dex, you have to look at the business side.
But what is Drummond is right now?
Let Murgod talk, because Murgod is a Charlotte fan.
It's not even about being a Charlotte fan. It's about being business.
But that's what I want to address right now.
I'm not a Charlotte fan. I'm a Chicago fan. But
but you just live in Charlotte. Because you talk about Charlotte a lot too, though.
Yeah, I talk about both. But the thing is that with Charlotte, even when they bring in Drummond on a low contract or a low deal, that still doesn't move the needle for this team. I personally would still sign him to a 1-year deal. Like, I'm not signing him for no 2 years or nothing like that. That makes no sense. Especially when you look at, especially because I'm looking at the salary cap right now. And I'm looking at all the deals that's on the books right now. And literally, when you go into so hold on, let me pull it up. Oh my gosh. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up right here. Let me put it right here. So why is it doing that? All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, go back. There we go. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Somebody said go to the YMCA. So basically, that's all I just want.
So they have 18 players under contract right now on Charlotte. Going into next season, they're only going to have
8 or I think 10.
Yeah, 10 players, and that leaves them in total of only $68 million going into free agency next season. $68 million. So on the books. So basically, now how much is now FYI, how much is free agency going to go up next season?
It's probably the salary cap's probably going to go up. It's right now it's 123, so it's probably going to go up depending on the media deals. It might go up to 125, which going to give them a ton of money to spend in free agency. That's 2 max contracts.
That's $57 million that they're going to have available. You can divide it up into 2 max contracts, and then they have the veteran minimum where they can bring in some veteran players off that bench, and they still have all their young players. They're going to have a lot of money to play with next season.
And then this is the value. I think people forget. I think the Mason Plumlee 1 year, $9 million. If you actually look at that going into January, if the trade, when you go into that trade deadline, and if there's a player that you want to position yourself to get, and you need to make the money work, that Plumlee expiring contract for $9 million to make any potential trades work is going to be valuable. If Mason Plumlee's only making $2 million, it's not a valuable contract. So that's why there's a value in kind of slightly overpaying a guy on a 1 year deal, because if you move him at the trade deadline, since you don't want him the next year anyway, it adds value in any trade. And the team that he goes to is probably just going to go ahead and waive him anyway. And so there's also a reason, a method to the madness too.
But if that's the case, then they could have saved $5 million.
Well, there's no need to save.
They get that money back anyway once the contract expires.
Okay, but it's not about saving. It's not about saving right now. It's about positioning. And if you want to have that Plumlee $9 million 1 year deal, it's an expiring deal. Oubre's contract at $12 million, probably more than what you might think his production is. But that $12 million expiring contract is valuable if you're trying to position yourself in any trade. Let's say they're trying to move Rozier, Oubre, and package all 3 of them in a deal. You can, and that probably won't happen, but I'm saying those contracts help you get deals done too.
Right. I understand that part. If that's what they're trying to do. But who's gonna actually ante up that trade value for Plumlee? Now Kelly Oubre might can get his, because if he have a good first half of the season, he's worth $12 million, because he's athletic, he can hit the 3, he can stretch, he can drive to the rack. So he has a better opportunity to hold his value than damn sure Mason Plumlee. That's the only reason why I'm focused on Mason Plumlee.
Well,
I'm trying to figure out how you make sense with this.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, think of that. Let's say a competing team, right? If you have a competitive team, let's say Kevon Looney for the Warriors goes down with a ACL tear. Well, the Warriors might want to trade for that Mason Plumlee contract at $9 million for 1 year to have a center, a veteran center going into the playoffs. Do they expect him to do miracles? No, but he'll be a solid vet to help carry you through the playoffs to fill a hole, because they only have him for 1 year. It's not going to kill him. They already in the luxury tax. So there's certain value in that. And you know what? The Warriors might give up a second round draft pick or something to get him.
They might go for Mo Bamba than the Mason Plumlee. I mean, come on.
I'm just saying, it's just, you can tell what they're doing is they're not trying to commit to anybody with a big question mark over their head for multiple years. And Mo Bamba is still a question mark. You're going to have to develop him. He's still got a lot of work to do. He's not a player that's ready to go.
Okay. Now, see, this is where it get murky at. If Mo Bamba's a question mark, where is Mason Plumlee?
Mason Plumlee's an expiring contract.
Only 1 extra year, right? So if you would have waived Mason Plumlee,
1 season, so he has the value. They need a center. He's a center this year, and he expires.
If you would have waived Mason Plumlee, right, and you let him go ahead and walk with that little $5 million, and you still got an additional $5 million, that next year you're going to get that back anyway.
Okay. If you waive Plumlee, who's your center? What center are you going to have this year?
I just said Andre Drummond. He only came for 2.3. But prior to that, he only came for 2.3.
Oh,
he was out there.
Drummond's off the market.
No, he was out there. No, I'm saying before Plumlee, I told you where his contract got
Drummond was not available.
He was available July 1st. Okay,
Dex,
everybody's available July 1st, man. Come on, stop it now.
But Dex, I get what you're saying, Dex. You're speaking in hypothetical, but you also have to speak in terms of.
We're all speaking hypothetical.
But you also have to speak in terms of, did Drummond actually want to come to Charlotte? Because if he probably would have came to Charlotte, they probably would have had to do a similar situation with other players. They probably would have had to pay him more money to come there, or entice him to come there.
But what I'm saying is that if you've given him 2.3, how much more you think he's going to take? $1 million more? Okay, that's 3.3. That's still less than.
We don't know that. We don't know that because Drummond probably be like, man, I ain't gonna. We don't know that because Drummond could have been like, all right, cool. The Bulls offer me this much, but I know I'm gonna guarantee I'm gonna make the playoffs with them, and I'm gonna compete in the top of the East with them. I'm willing to come off the bench and take less for them. With Charlotte,
Larry Bird, they do that all the time. Larry Bird.
He probably won't more.
With Charlotte, he's going to be like, man, I don't know, man. You got to give me more money, man, because I already know I'm playing with a bunch of children. I'm going to be basically dealing
$1 million. That's a lot more. You follow what I'm saying?
But Dex, we have to realize it's situation. Charlotte is at the right now. They're fighting for trying to get in the play-in. The Bulls are pushing themselves to compete to basically get to the Eastern Conference Finals. That's a difference right there, Dex.
And that's why I was talking. Now that I agree with. That I agree with, Murdoch. That's definitely I agree with. But that's why I said the Bulls should have went for Mo Bamba than Andre Drummond and gave Mo Bamba that little what was it? A million more?
But Dex, but look at it. That's the same situation. Mo Bamba probably felt comfortable coming back to the Magic, opposed to basically coming to Charlotte. He probably would have asked for more money. We don't know.
All of it's hypothetical. Every last
all of it's hypothetical. We all know that, yeah. I mean,
but it's like, he probably would have asked for more money. And
that's what makes it a good conversation because it's hypothetical.
And personally, now, quick question.
It's not hypothetical because those guys are not signed to Charlotte. You never considered it.
Professor.
I think that's why I'm right, though.
Stop that. Y'all gotta stop that, man. Allow folks to speak their mind, whether they sound smarter than each other. Stop that.
Okay. Well, Murdoch did. You don't hear FYF then, huh? You don't hear FYF when he get the clowning? So he had that same energy, bro. If you're going to sell it for one, you got to sell it for both.
Listen. I've been on FYF channel. He interrupted me before too. So hey, I got the same treatment. So I ain't worried about it. We all get the same treatment. And Marvin interrupted me, so I ain't sweating it. So I got a question for FYF. Now, did the draft? Now I got a question for FYF for you. Did the draft happen before free agency, right?
Yeah.
Or happened afterwards?
What you mean exactly in order? I don't remember right off the top of my head. You can refresh me though.
All right, so hold on, let me check.
I think free agency is after the draft.
Yeah, all right.
I mean, I'm assuming after the draft, that's when they signed Plumlee. I'm assuming that's when they gave McGowan's the two-way.
Nah, they signed Plumlee before the draft though.
Yep, sure did. Because his thing.
I don't remember the exact order, but I know that these are things that they've done. I don't know when it exactly happened.
So Dex. My question is,
I think it was June 30th,
21st.
Yeah. So the draft.
Say what again? It was what?
So Dex, I got a question for you, Dex. Why would Charlotte go after Mo Bamba when they already drafted Mark Williams? There's no point in going after Mo Bamba after that because now you're tied into investing in another young center.
But see, there you go again. Because Mason Plumlee is already there, and he's penciled in as a starter.
Yeah, Mason Plumlee was signed by then.
See,
but Mason Plumlee is a vet on a one-year deal. He's not the future.
How's Mo Bamba going to be the future too? When this guy's only 19 years old.
Why would you want two young guys both vying for the starting spot? Plumlee is just a vet that's going to be grooming Mark Williams for the starting job over the next couple of years.
Nobody. Plumlee not grooming nobody.
That's probably his rook.
Wow.
All right, go ahead, Morgan. Go ahead.
I think what Charlotte ended up doing was they wanted to protect themselves because they didn't really know what they was going to get in the draft. So they had to sign Plumlee before the draft. You know what I'm saying? Just to know, all right, we got this, we good, we know what we're gonna get from him. You understand?
But why bring back Nick Richards then?
Thank you.
Hold on, Nick Richards on a one-year deal. He's gonna be expired.
I know he's expiring. I'm not saying that, but
so what? You only bring in Nick Richards for 1.7. You're probably gonna have him in the G League most of the year. If one of these guys gets injured, you might bring him up if you need him. So that's just additional.
I don't know about that because Nick Richards.
So where's your direction? Where's your direction?
What do you mean direction?
You keep signing 1-year deals. That mean you don't.
No,
you're not trying
what I'm saying is all I've been saying is the direction. What you can tell that they're positioning themselves to be a massive player in free agency in the 23-24 season. That's what it looks like.
And we all just said here recently that who wants to come to Charlotte? Who wants to come to Charlotte? You telling me that they are positioning themselves to get ready to bring in a high-end? Hold up, let me finish. You telling me they are positioning themselves to bring in a high-end free agent when we all know nobody wants to come there?
Well, it's just like y'all
it
said.
depends on how they do this season.
if they feel like they're the ones positioning themselves for it.
But it's okay to overpay Gordon Hayward.
Okay, they believe that they can be a major player, and I'm not gonna knock them for wanting to get into the fight. And so if they feel like they can go get some stars and pay some stars to put around LaMelo before his rookie deal is up, hey, more power to him. That's how you actually go out there and try and force your way into winning. You go out there and just compete with the money. You fight your way in. You got to bully your way in.
It's a great example. Like it's a great example with the football shit. With Tyreek Hill, he went to Miami. They had extra money. That money's there. That they end up getting somebody else another contract, or they don't have that money available. Then what? You don't got the money to sign Tyreek Hill. Nobody knew Tyreek was going to leave KC.
Plumlee can't even mentor his dang self. How you going to mentor Williams?
Man, listen,
Stop
man.
it, Larry
Charlotte is going into next season with close to $60 million. But not the following season. Man, they going. I mean, they got the opportunity to go fight.
No, that ain't about time. They always go into the next season with money. They always have. They ain't never been over. They ain't never been over.
No, they don't.
Oh my God. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, remember they said no, they don't, right? Oh, see now there's this much money.
60 million.
Charlotte has always been under, always in their history.
When was the last time they were 60 million under? When was the last time they were 60 million?
We're not talking about how much under. They have always been under.
The amount matters.
Yes, it does matter, but they should be there. They ain't won nothing. They should be as low as Indiana. They should have more money than Indiana because they deserve it because they ain't won a damn thing.
Murgod, you need to do a little more research, Murgod, because Charlotte has always been under, Murgod. Trust me, always been under. They've never been over.
Dex, you're not listening, Dex. We know they always been under the salary cap.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Dex,
that's it.
Dex,
I ain't giving no number.
Stop. We know.
Murgod about ready to go on one.
We know they've been under the salary cap. As Marvin said, they should be. They ain't winning nothing. All I am specifying.
But I heard somebody said no. They disagree with me. That's all I heard.
Well, no. I'm not disagreeing with you.
And you ain't the one I'm speaking to. Then I'm speaking to the guy that disagreed with me about Charlotte never going on. Never in their history.
They ain't never.
That's fine. That's fine, and that's fine. And that's more power to them to think that way. They ain't never been on. Hold on, real quick, Phil. Let me get this out. Next season is probably going to be the most money. The following season is going to be the most money they're going to go into with the most salary cap they had in years. So they'll probably be able to do so. I'm not saying, Marvin, that they're going to be able to entice some players, but at least, like FYS said, they can get into the dogfight.
I agree with you guys.
That's all we're asking is for Charlotte to get into the dogfight and throw some money around to bring in a big key time player, because next year is actually supposed to be your big market for a lot of free agents next year. So they're going to have a lot of money to play with.
Now they were under the cap coming in. They were under the cap now. You don't believe it would have been proper for them? You don't believe it would have been proper for them to try to bring somebody in now to try to entice another player to come in the following year? If you don't believe that, then why are you believing that they're going to entice somebody coming in next year? That's all I'm saying.
But hold on. Well, before I get to that, Purple Baby, go do your thing. Hold on. Let Purple Baby speak because she's been trying to speak for a minute. So let her speak.
First of all, I want to know, I got 3 questions to ask. Who's going to be available in the 23-24 free agency class? Because I could have sworn everybody re-signed.
Quite a few
The second one was for FYF.
I think.
Hold on. I fully expected Nick Richards to go back to the G League, but the question is, if neither Kai Jones or JT Thor take a drastic step forward this season, what do you do with them? Do you choose to trade either one? So that was the question. Like, which one would you trade, rather?
That got to be from Murgod. He's more into Charlotte than any of us.
Yeah. No, she asked FYF.
I didn't know what the question was. I didn't know which one was for me.
Basically, I feel that JT Thor and for what they're asked to do, and Kai Jones or
I agree, Larry the Bird. I finally agree with you tonight.
With each other. So if neither one of them take a drastic step forward in which whatever the Hornets is asking them to do, what do you do in 23-24? Do you package them? What do you do? if neither one of them take a drastic step forward, basically.
Well, with those guys, I mean, at that point, if you've invested very little money into them and they still haven't panned out or shown you the develop that you want to see, then you have to cut the fat if you can't trade them at the trade deadline. I believe, though, because their contracts are so small, it's going to be hard to move them at the trade deadline and bring back something worthy, that actually is viable on the court. So, again, at the end of the day, if you can't use them, you got to let them walk because their contracts are not very tradable. They're not making enough. You might be able to package them in a bigger deal if they're not the main piece to make the money work. But right now it's about just developing them and seeing what you got in them and give them a shot if there's injuries. But I mean, that's all you can do.
Well, let me go. Let me just chime in and say this to you, to me, to everybody on the panel. Does that sound like progress? It sounds like the same thing they've been going through for years. You're not even getting the right players that are able to be developed, which means it's bad decisions, which means it's what I led to from the beginning of my conversation is bad decisions. You don't justify them by trying to make a good decision because you make the bad decision from the very start. All I'm saying is this, and I'm not a Charlotte Hornet fan. I'm gonna say that again, and I'm not angry. I'm just tired of people making excuses for him. You cannot tell me the direction. Well, listen, when I say excuses, I mean by you always have a reason to justify what they're doing. Meaning this, you can't tell me that it's a great thing that they're going to have a lot of money coming in the next year because these contracts come off the books. That is the goal of every NBA team, to have a lot of money and have contracts come off the books. That's nothing special, FYL. You make it seem like they're doing so well when they're doing what they're supposed to do. All I'm saying is this. The direction of the club is unsure. It's been unsure. When is it going to change? And the only way, in my eyes, that you go on ahead and get it done is by you biting the bullet. You getting rid of the large, bad contracts. You're not going to get, I don't care if it's the trade deadline next year, this year, whenever, you're not going to get the value of Hayward back in return. Might as well face it now and say, okay, listen, let's try to do this. Now, I'm not saying rush. I know their direction is proper. They're finally going in the right direction. Yes, we all can see that. But do not tell me that this franchise has been doing the right thing for years, or they wouldn't be in the boat they in right now. That's all I'm saying, guys.
Well, look, I never said that they've been, over the last couple of years, been making all the right moves. I never said that. I'm saying I see them. It looks like they've re-strategized and said, how do we go about fixing the mistakes that we've made? And you talked about JT Thor. Again, JT Thor has another 3 years to figure it out. I mean, they got him under contract for 1.5, 1.8, and then 1.9 under a team option. They can let him go then. That's very cheap for a guy that a lot of people had a lot of high projections for if you can develop him properly. I mean, with some of the other guys, you got some two-way guys. You got Kai Jones. Kai Jones has a team option. They're going to have to make a decision on him. So then they'll make a decision. He's shown some bright flashes, but I mean, you have to determine from there. I mean, you got Mark Jones, obviously with Bouknight, you got another young guy. All I'm saying is positioning themselves for 23, 24. They're preparing to get. That's all they can ask for. So I don't know what you want them to do. You want them to tank and be in the draft again? What do you want them to do to get better? There's no other options.
I want them to analyze talent before they even get them. The players you just named.
I'm saying if they don't do it by cutting and signing guys in free agency, they can't do it through the draft because they're never going to tank and completely tank to where they can get a top 5 pick. They're always going to be that mid. No, okay, they can tank, but do you think they will tank?
They need to. I
honestly believe Charlotte will tank.
They need to.
Okay.
That's the only.
You think that's what they plan on doing?
To shut this thing down and rebuild it from scratch. That's called tanking.
Okay. Do you believe that they will do that realistically?
I think they should if they want to go in the right direction.
Marvin, that wasn't the question. Basically,
I'm not. Listen, I'm not with the organization. I can't just say they are or they aren't. Are they not? I'm just going to give my opinion. I'm saying what I think they should do. If I told you, yes, they're going to tank and they don't, then I'm wrong. I don't work for them. I can't give him that direct answer.
If they tank, what are they tanking for? What draft pick are they pushing for that they tank for?
That's
What
to
guy
be
out there?
seen. That's in the future. We don't know that either. But at least it is
who the free
something
agents are
you're
going to be
trying
in
to do
23,
something.
24. You don't know who the picks are going to be in 20. You don't know what players are going to be there. You don't know what guys are going. You don't know. The draft is the biggest uncertainty.
Well, but you know who you got on your team right now.
The one thing they do know is who will be free agents in 23, 24, and who they could realistically go after.
Right now. You know the young players you got right now. And how long has it been taken for JT Thor? How long has it been taken for Bouknight? How long has it been taken? Let me explain something to you. Wait, let me say this.
They all just got drafted.
Wait, let me say this.
What
The
are you
Bulls
talking
just
about?
got the Bulls. What you mean? You heard what the hell I said?
Bouknight's only 1 year.
Okay, the Bulls just got Io 1 year. Is this upside more than JT Thor's?
Okay, of course he's going to look better on a better team.
No, I'm not going to even say that you fucking making excuses again because I'm tired of saying.
Let's stop acting like y'all try to act like Bouknight's just complete garbage. He's not.
Okay, listen, you keep telling me you talking about a better team. That goes to my point too. They don't have a good team. That means that's a start drafting back.
Okay, great analysis, genius. Jeez.
Yeah, you're right. So okay, all right. So I guess they have a good draft. Wait, you just said the Bulls have a better team.
You act like I said they was trying to win the championship this year.
Charlotte draft properly because they have a good team. They ain't got shit.
Tank. Hold on. If you're gonna sell them the tank, who are they tanking to get in the draft? That means you thought this out.
That's in the future. You can't ask that question.
So you're telling them to tank for absolutely no reason at all.
Tank to rebuild. Period.
Hold on. Wait. Who in the draft should they go after if they're going to tank?
I don't have to answer that question. They do.
So you just coming up with a strategy right off the top of your head with no plan.
Your strategy haven't worked for the last 6 years, so you need to be quiet.
They haven't had a strategy. This is the first time I've seen them strategizing, and it looks like they're strategizing to get into free agency in the 23-24 season.
Okay, and who are they going to get? Purple Baby just asked you.
You're going to have Kyrie out there. You're going to have Chris Middleton out there. You're going to have a lot of players out there.
You know them damn players. All right, I'm not going to even say you know they're not coming. I'm not going to even say that because
I can't say nothing. I can't say anything.
Hold on. Like I said before, Marvin, we never said those players are going to come there. We specified that they at least
give them a chance
to get.
I know it.
To be able to get those players.
I understand that, but all I'm saying is that you constantly saying things about situations with the organization where they put themselves in. If you don't put yourself in this, you don't have these conversations.
Hey, that's old news. Now you got to get out of it.
Okay, and the best way to do it is by starting over and cutting.
So you're saying the best way to do it is by tanking?
Yeah, what you think? They already got the money. So if they tank, they don't
already have the money. They got $120 million on the books. They don't have the money. Next year they will have the money. After this season, after this upcoming season, they will have the money.
Okay, so what are you going to do? What is your projection on this coming up year? Make the playoffs?
No, I don't know what they're going to do. I believe that when you have a talent like Lamelo on that team, you're always going to be fighting for that play-in. Lamelo's going to make them good enough to compete for that 7-8 seed. He's just that nice.
I say again, it's like being 8-8 in the NFL. You ain't going to get nothing being in the middle.
So if you tell them to tank, who are you really looking to draft in? What prospects have you looked at?
If you tell them to get in the play-in, what are you going to get? You're not going to even have a chance to get nobody in the draft.
If they fight, and let's say they fight in the third play-in game, they actually get in, that's going to be a lot of playoff experience for these young guys going into a free agency where if you can convince some vets to come,
to the play-ins
then you're going to be sitting pretty nice. You're going to be sitting pretty nice.
That is not going to make them no damn better by playing one play-in game. They just was in the play-in last year.
Listen to what I said. I said if they can actually win the play-in and get into the playoffs, you're going to give a lot of young guys playoff experience going into a free agency where you can realistically get one or two top-tier guys because you have so much money to spend.
They just was in the play-in.
That's a recipe to win. Because you don't want to waste any Lamelo's years.
Let me ask you this. They were just in the, hold on one second, Mergard. They were just in the play-in. Did those guys get all this? You talking about coming up
Bro,
this year.
listen to what I said. I said if they actually win and get into a 7-game series, that's playoff experience for young guys. That's what I said. I didn't
Listen,
say the
you
playing game
think
gave
of
them
playing.
experience.
Listen, you think of playing if not playoffs. I think of playoff playing is
Bro,
just
I
like
said a 7-game series is a playoff experience for the young guys. If you
it's
give
not gonna
those
make
guys
no
that
damn difference.
experience going into that next year, if they're able to add some high-level vets with all the money that they have, with LaMelo, with Bridges, right? That can be a squad to contend with if they play their cards right.
Okay, well, let me say this in
Hold on
rebuttal.
one second, guys. We'll be right back after this message.
This is Holly Heat of the Hot Seat with Holly Heat, and this is Flight Sports TV.
Now, there's a whole lot of Charlotte news going on. What do Lamelo Ball needs to get this team over the hump? What part of his game that he needs to actually work on? Or is Lamelo Ball a finished product?
Melo is fine. He's fine. It's putting pieces around him that makes the difference.
That's it. Melo's gonna be fine. That's the last player I'm worried about on this roster.
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine.
It's about putting people around him like Middleton. Middleton will be a free agent in that class. A guy like Middleton, alongside Lonzo, with his veteran leadership and experience and his ability to score without needing the ball all the time, that would be valuable. That would be that would again adding scores. Like if you look at that class, there are pieces they can add to make them contenders if they play their cards right. But you got to shift.
And if somebody want to come there.
Yeah, you got it. And obviously that's going to be big. That's going to be big in it. I guess they're hoping that the money that they have is going to entice somebody to come.
Okay, and now the rebuttal I
go out
had.
there and do your job. Tell Mitch Kupchak is going to have to get out there, get some people on some jets, wine and dine them, and convince some people to come.
The rebuttal I had to your conversation about them making the playoffs and the guys getting valuable experience in the playoffs is this. How about if you tank? You still going to get that money next year, and you're right. You don't know what talent is coming in, but you do get a chance to get a young talent by going in the draft if you tank.
Marvin.
Now that adds. Wait, let me finish. That adds to your club. You're still going to add some players because you're going to have that money off of the books. But you telling me them going to the playoff and the guys getting a little experience, not bringing anybody in, and then just adding talent is a better path. I don't think so. I think this. To me, in my eyes, is this. You got young. If this core is going to be based on young, so why not not necessarily just go out there and try to lose every game, but why not base it on trying to bring in more young talent? Use the money that you're going to have because you're harping on how much money they're going to have next year. You're still going to have that win or lose this year coming up, but you get a chance to bring in even greater young talent. No, mind you, I don't know who it's going to be. But if you go to the play-in, you don't even get a chance to explore that because you are not going to get anything because you're in the play-in and you won't be in the draft. So I think the best way of looking at it is you see your direction of your team right now, which is nowhere. You know, if you get in the play-in, you talking about getting the play-in and going to the playoffs, that ain't happening. You know damn well they ain't finna beat nobody in the play-in and go deep in no playoffs. You know it. That's hypothetically speaking.
I never said go deep
in
the playoffs.
Well, okay, I don't care if it's a 7-game series. That ain't happening.
Okay.
Hold
on.
I was just trying to respond to what he was saying.
Oh, I'm sorry, FYF. But I don't know if y'all mentioned this already, but I hope we're all aware that Charlotte doesn't have their pick for 2023. It went to somebody in the trade. I forgot who it went to.
It went to the Knicks. It went to
another reason not to tank.
Hold on. That pick they had going into next season went to the Knicks for Kai Jones. Then they acquire the Denver Nuggets first-round pick and they're trading the Jalen Duren to Detroit.
So they do have a pick. Reason for tanking that way.
Yeah, but tanking won't make that pick better.
And getting to the playoffs is going to make their team know better.
Marvin, let me explain it. That pick they acquired, let me explain it to you, Purple Baby. Go look at the draft that Bouknight was in. They traded up to get Kai Jones. They traded with the Knicks. The Knicks moved back. They gave that first round pick they had to the Knicks for Kai Jones to move
but
up.
that's not what I'm saying. I understand that, but I could have sworn this year's draft that the Knicks traded that pick to Detroit. Maybe I know they traded it.
They probably did.
But it's still not Charlotte.
I don't know. But I just know that Charlotte only has one pick, and it's going to probably be a late first round because they got it from the Denver Nuggets.
Listen, all I'm saying is this, guys. The direction that all of us are talking about, I don't believe neither one of them leads to success right off. That's all I'm saying.
I got a question. No, but Marvin, here's the benefit of going into the playoff, at least showing what you can do, especially in a 7-game series, because if they go to the playoffs and let's say they lose, but they actually put up a fight, what you're showing to free agents is we're 1 or 2 pieces away. If we add you to what we have with these guys getting better, we can exceed what we just did by a lot. Because we know LaMelo's only going to get better year by year. We know Miles Bridges is going to get better year by year. So they're going to be older. They're going to be better. And they can convince a free agent, just like Drummond went to the Bulls, because they're going to compete and get into the playoffs. You can potentially, if these GMs do their jobs, you can convince some of these high-level free agents. If we add you could be one of those pieces that we add to help us get past the first round, maybe get into the conference finals and really start to compete, because we have LaMelo, who's an all-star, because we have Bridges, who's a budding all-star, because we can add you if this free agent's an all-star, and maybe another piece because they have so much money. That's how you do it. You got to show these teams we can compete. We're just one piece away, but by completely missing the playoffs and just tanking, like you say, you're not showing them anything.
Well, I'm going to tell you like this. They made the play-in last year. If you're going to go on that sentiment, then all the free agents would be thinking about that now. They're one piece away. They are not thinking like that. You can't tell me next year if they get in the play-in and then finally get to a 7-game series, that players are going to change their mind and finally say, oh, they are one piece away. No. That's not going to happen.
It's all recency bias. If they put up a good fight in the first round, it's recency bias.
Your hope is as great as mine. Your hope is as great as mine. Because they didn't make the playoffs.
What I'm saying is what they're actually doing.
Last year, okay, if they didn't make the play-in last year, I could understand your sentiment. But they made it. And just because they lost that game,
almost essentially the same roster for 2 years in a row, they haven't made any significant changes.
I said this earlier. When it happens this year, they get in the play-in and don't get to a 7-game series. And you'll come back on the panel and say,
in LaMelo? I don't see LaMelo losing a play-in game for 3 years in a row.
It all depends on who they play. I don't know who they're going to play, and you don't either.
I don't see it.
I tell you this: if they get
into another play-in, just the odds.
I say this: if they get in a play,
and who do we to say that they'll even be in the play-in?
Well, I don't know.
If you look back to last season, before they started getting hurt, they were playing pretty good basketball before they started dealing with injuries and COVID.
What injuries?
That's to say about every team. That's to say about every team in the NBA.
Well, Gordon Hayward.
The final results is all that we go by. What have you done for me lately? Real simple.
All right. Well, like I said, you got to show teams you can compete to a certain degree. You can't just keep tanking. And now it's even worse decision to tank because you don't even have that pick.
I'm not saying.
If you look at the Sacramento Kings, they've had a lottery pick.
What I'm saying is this: you guys are thinking I'm talking about losing 100 games or 60 games. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. But you're gonna tell me being 500 is as good as being real low without and having a chance to get a draft pick? 500 gets you nowhere in no sports.
They don't have a draft pick.
Well, it doesn't matter. Okay, all right, okay. So you can try to win. You're still gonna. It's the same thing. If you lose, at least you have a draft pick in 2 years.
Because you don't even
if you lose, at least you have a draft pick in 2 years. If you go to the play-in, you ain't got nothing. You get nothing. If you go to the play-in, you won't even get a chance. Well, you just said they didn't have one.
They have Denver's pick.
Team adopted that idea.
Well, you just said they didn't. Which way you going? You just said they didn't have a pick. Now
I said they traded their own pick, but they have Denver's pick, which we know is going to be in the bottom of the first.
Okay, all right. Okay, so hubble bubble. That don't change nothing either. All I'm saying is you talking about them. All right, here's the question, and this will end it all. How far do you think they can go in the playoffs with the roster they have?
First round.
Okay. So what good is that? You gonna tell me that's gonna make a free agent want to come there?
That's called playoff experience, and
I'm
you
gonna
can
say
use that as an
again.
example.
You
I've
talking about
already explained it. I don't have to explain it again. I already explained it.
Okay, well,
Again,
that's because it
you
makes
have to use something to sell to these free agents. Again, you have to sell something to them, and winning has to be a part of that equation.
Okay, so you don't think
along
them
with the
getting in the
money.
play-in last year? You don't think them getting in the play-in meant nothing?
Bro, you keep talking about last year. We're talking about what they could potentially do this year.
That's to be seen. I know what they did
these
last
players
year.
are a
You don't
year
know what they're
older.
gonna do.
They
You
have
just
more experience.
speculating. You
They're a
don't know
year
what
older.
they're gonna do
No,
this
what I'm
year.
speculating is that everybody gets better.
Well, that's speculation. I don't give a damn the way you turn it. It's still speculation. I know what they did last year. I know what they did last year.
I guess
It's in the
y'all
book.
call me the hater, but y'all basically telling me y'all don't think LaMelo can get this team to the
I'm trying to
playoffs as
get
an
it
eight
right
seed?
direction. I'm just trying to put it in the right direction.
You said
I
tank when they don't
hate
even have a
nobody.
tank to take for.
I didn't say. See, I didn't say tank. I'm not saying tank.
You said that
Listen,
earlier.
playing
I
500
said
ball
tank,
gets you
man.
nowhere. They are 500 team. You know that. I know that. We all know that.
All right. So they just shouldn't try to do anything.
No, you got to find a direction. You say try to get in the play-in and then win a playoff game, get in the playoff series.
FYF. This is basically what Marvin wants. Marvin wants Charlotte to move Gordon Hayward and Terry Rozier right now. That's what he wants to do to try to free up stuff.
I know it's unrealistic.
They're not going to move them right. They're not going to move them right now until the time is right. Including the fact that I personally think they're going to make all their next moves next offseason when they have more money, and then they'll be able to get the things they need to get done. They'll be able to try to get the things they need to get done.
What'd you say, Purple Baby?
I said I don't see them getting nobody. I see them
nobody
overpaying for somebody.
We don't necessarily. We don't know that. We don't know that.
Well,
right,
the one thing we do know is they're not getting nobody in the draft.
I'm not saying they will. I'm not saying they won't. But they're going to have to basically put their best foot forward. Like FYF said, they're going to have to wine and dine, probably take dudes shopping, do something.
I understand. Okay, so here's the question.
They're not going to have a choice because he's not going.
All right, well, hold up, FYI. Answer this: is New York a better destination than Charlotte, as far as free agents?
No.
I didn't hear. I want to hear from everybody.
I would say yeah.
It is. They will get the litter.
We don't know if New York's going to be pushing for the same guys that
Charlotte
Charlotte is getting. Because again, New York might be pushing.
But let me say this. I can go on and on and on.
The Charlotte Hornets don't need Kyrie. They got LaMelo. They might be pushing for somebody else. So we don't know if they're even going to be chasing the same guys.
Okay. Listen, be realistic. You know they're not going to push for Kyrie. We all know that. They got LaMelo.
If New York's chasing Kyrie, Charlotte's going to be chasing something else out there. They might be chasing Wiggins. They might be chasing. They might be chasing Middleton.
Listen. I was looking at that. I was looking at Andrew Wiggins. I was like, yeah, they can probably push that.
Right? I would pass.
Let's see. She don't even know.
Why would you pass?
I don't think because as we found out this year, you can put
Kelly
in that Golden State war system and they'll look good. I don't.
No, that's not true because D'Angelo Russell didn't look good there.
Kelly Oubre didn't look good there.
Kelly Oubre didn't look good.
Well, Kelly Oubre is exactly who Wiggins is.
Even
so not everybody work out.
Hold on. And also too,
it's like
even their young draft. Hold on. It's like even their young draft pick James Wiseman, he still hasn't looked decent there yet, even when he was playing.
The situation is different. It goes back to him in college and the money.
Plus you're not asking him to come there to be the number one option. You got LaMelo for that.
But
thank you.
But if Bridges is still there, how that's gonna work?
Well, Wiggins knows how to play under other stars now. He's done it in Golden State.
He can play off the ball.
But I'm not saying he's not gonna play off the ball. How's that going to work when they both wing players?
Huh?
Wiggins is a small forward, and Bridges is a small forward. So how that's gonna work?
Wiggins can play the 2 or the 3.
I don't want him playing the 2. Oh wow. Okay.
especially if you go to a speedy small ball lineup and you push Bridges to the 5.
It's the same one that they have right now when Gordon Hayward in the lineup.
Fun. And how does that look? Terrible.
How do you know? Because it looked great in Golden State when they went small with Wiggins.
But that's Curry. You talking about Steph Curry, bro.
But you're also talking about LaMelo Ball. Like,
Thank
are
you.
we literally downgrading LaMelo Ball here? You know,
I'm not
personally,
downgrading him.
He's a top 5 point guard in the league at his age right now. Especially, he's only 20. Then you add players around him, like you put a defensive-minded player like Wiggins. For example, you can have a Mark Williams, Andrew Wiggins, Miles Bridges, throw in basically Bouknight, and have LaMelo, and they are run players at the gym. Teams at the gym. That team can be able to run and they can be able to get after it on defense. You forgetting that Andrew Wiggins is 6'8", 6'9", with a 7'2" wingspan. He can play multiple positions on the court. He was playing the 4 for the Warriors sometimes. And Draymond Green was playing center.
That. But I don't think I view him like I view DeRozan. I'm not saying he's not good. He is good. But when it comes to the playoffs, you got Boston. They over there with Boston, and they have Brown and Tatum. He's not. No.
But Purple Baby, you're not asking Wiggins to be the number 1 option, let alone the number 2 option. 2 options. You got Miles Bridges. You got other players that can do that. You asking Wiggins to be a 3-and-D guy on that team and be a great glue guy. You pay decent money to come be that. What did Andrew Wiggins bring to the Golden State Warriors? He brought versatility on defense and a guy that can get his own shot when they need him to do it. And he brings that versatility on defense, which is what they need. So you bring him in, he could also help groom some of the young guys like JT Thor and Kai Jones. So, and then you have LaMelo Ball, who's a special player in this league. Let's not diminish, because this is a LaMelo Ball podcast right now. LaMelo Ball is definitely all world, and he's going to get better. He's going to get better. And basically, he can elevate that team and make Andrew Wiggins better. To be honest with you, LaMelo Ball is actually a better playmaker than Curry.
Wow. I mean, I don't want to say
he is. He is. Curry is probably a better scorer and shooter right now, which I'll give him that. But he's not a better playmaker than LaMelo. And I will go toe-to-toe with anybody on that.
So y'all don't think Golden State is going to go over the cap again to pay him?
I mean, they probably will. We don't know. I mean, they paid Jordan Poole. They paid Jordan Poole, but we don't know that. Plus, I mean, like you said, there's going to be other players like, Middleton that's going to be available.
I think he's going back to Milwaukee.
But I mean, we're just throwing stuff. We're just throwing it out there. Who else is going to be available? Let me see. Top Ridge is going to be available. Jeremy Grant just signed with them.
Kristaps Porzingis.
They're not going to. Yeah, they're not
Harrison
going to go after
Barnes. Whatever the guy name from Utah is. Evidently, I'm pronouncing his name wrong. Gary Trent Jr., Malik Beasley, Will Barton, Derrick Rose, Christian Woods, Terrence Ross, Brook Lopez, Kyle Kuzma, Patrick Beverly, Josh Hart, Kelly Oubre, Josh Richardson, Dylan Brooks, Cade Cunningham, Larry Nance Jr., Dwight Powell, Anthony Edwards, Reggie Jackson, THT, Jalen Green, Alec Burks, Danny Green, James Wiseman, Jay Crowder, Derek Favors, Serge Ibaka, New Orleans, Nerlens Noel, Dario Saric. I didn't even know he was still playing. Kemba Walker, Maxi Kleber, RJ Barrett, Jakob Poeltl, Scotty Barnes.
RJ Barrett, yeah. But the Knicks going to pay him.
Mason Plumlee, Jermichael Green,
I know Rui Hachimura is going to be available.
Jalen Suggs.
Is this for next year?
Yep.
Yeah.
Where was I at? Isaac Okoro. I forgot. You made me lose my thing, Dex. Oh, Josh Giddey, Danilo Gallinari, Bruce Brown Jr., John Wall, LaMelo's high school teammate. I ain't even going to try to pronounce the last name. Joe Ingles, Lonnie Walker, Jonathan Kuminga, Rudy Gay, Otto Porter Jr., Killian Hayes, Kobe White, Justin Holiday, Franz Wagner, Jackson Hayes, Davion Mitchell. I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name. Kendrick Nunn, Denny Abdia, I think that's how you pronounce his name. Corey Joseph, Craig, Zaire Williams, Cam Reddish, Devin Vassell, Cameron Johnson, Dante DiVincenzo, Josh Primo, I think that Joshua Primo, however you say his name, he on the Spurs. Jeff Green, Tyrese Halliburton, Maurice Hartless, Chris Duarte, Kyra Lewis Jr., Tyler Hero, Moses Moody, Smith, Romeo Langford, and Corey Chris, however you say, he on Washington.
Man, but what about Big O being Melo teammate in Charlotte though next year? That might be a good look.
I don't know if they'll do it though because they got Mark.
They got Mark
Williams.
And I think they said last time I
he
heard,
could play the four.
They said Atlanta really
I
loves him.
don't think Big O's a four though. I don't think he can play the four. I mean, that's not to say, he probably can't transition to that. I just don't think he can play the four. I think he gets a 5 in the league, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh my God. I like him though, but they said Atlanta loves him, so he might resign with Atlanta.
Yeah, so
that means Atlanta, Murgot. That means Atlanta's going to trade. What's his name?
John Collins.
The African. No, not John Collins.
You talking about Clint Capella?
Capella.
Capella, yeah.
Talking about Clint Capella, right? Yeah, but even if they do trade him, I don't think Charlotte's going to be in the market for him. I think Charlotte found a future with Mark Williams.
I believe that.
Listen. He to be honest with you, I don't think Mark Williams performed that well offensively, which he can get better at. But defensively, he's what they need. I mean, he was changing shots, blocking shots, doing everything. That's what they need. I mean, he did decent in moving on the perimeter. I'm not saying, but I mean, of course, it's summer league, but he's what they need on defense.
Okay.
Yep. We'll be hopeful that they get somebody, but I think it'll be I can actually see him going after Wiggins. That's what's crazy.
All I ask is they get into dogfights. Listen, they get in there, flex some money, throw it, be willing to throw it at him, man. That's all I ask is get in there and dogfight for some players. Bring some talent.
Yeah, that would be nice, right? That would be nice.
Bring some talent. I mean, it would be, man. I'm speaking into existence. Bring some talent to help this team out. That's all I ask, man. Bring some talent. Get in there and fight, man. Get in there and fight. That's all I ask.
Well, only thing I can say is that if Big O can become a free agent and Atlanta is slipping on their pimping, I think Charlotte might snatch him. I just have a good feeling because if Lamelo has the cachet that I think he's going to have this year, man, he probably would ask for it. I think he will ask for it.
Yeah, he could, man.
Because it's hard for him to say he deserved because he started on the 8 ball because he came in with hurt in foot. So he didn't really get his planning, and he came in on that COVID year where they didn't really have any practices and things of that nature. So Clint Capella had a way to start over. I believe Big O this year he have to really show that he's capable of holding. Carrying a load. You follow what I'm saying? Because John Collins, they kind of, he's always in the air for trades, and Clint Capella's getting older. So this is the season for Big O to step up and show that the reason why Big is front of the O.
Man, he gonna have to. He got to get paid this year.
He might be on a team thingy. I forgot. Because somebody just said he ain't a free agent until 25, 26. He's probably on a team option.
Who's that?
They probably can.
Big
They
O.
probably can extend. But even still, he's going to
Oh,
be.
he's on the same with
restricted free
LaMelo.
agent.
Him and LaMelo's the same. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Right.
he's going to be a restricted. He's going to
Very
be a
restricted
restricted
free
free agent anyway. So Charlotte will either have to match a deal. Charlotte have to give him a deal, and the Hawks will probably match it. But that's what I'm saying. I don't think the Hornets will. I mean, it would be nice, but I just don't think the Hornets will pursue him, especially when they got Mark Williams. So
Washington and Kyle Jones and JT Thor.
Yeah, they got a lot of young big men, so that's gonna be hard for them to pursue him unless they trade.
Refill up the backcourt, you would say?
So what?
Backcourt, like when you go into free agency for next year, you gonna like the backcourt or wing players, like what you think that they might do?
Personally, basically, I think they're gonna have to. They're probably definitely gonna load up on. They probably get like one big man probably, but it's probably gonna like a veteran minimum guy because they don't need it because they got all those young players there. So I think the position they're gonna load up on is wings. You need wings.
Yep.
It's a wings league now, man. You gotta have 3D wings on your team. You gotta have them, man.
If they don't make the playoffs this year, Gordon Hayward's out of there. I can almost guarantee you that.
Yeah, I think he's out of there regardless.
Yeah.
15% trade kicker. He out of there. I wonder why the Lakers didn't want him though. I know outside of the injuries.
If I was
Lakers
the
ain't that
I wouldn't
dumb.
want him either.
Yeah, they ain't that dumb.
Lakers, I wouldn't want him either.
Let's be positive for a second. Without the injuries, we all agree that he's a good player, right?
I mean, he's decent.
Funny.
You asking for a difficult task.
I mean, Purple Baby.
He said, "Let's be positive."
I mean,
I'm gonna tell you the truth. This is what I believe. I believe that Gordon Hayward, he's hiding, he's ducking, he's alley wishes in the bushes, because that first season, he got his money. That first season, he probably could have came back, based on what Borrego was saying in his body language. You know what I mean? Gordon Hayward could have probably came back like LaMelo did. But he chose to say, you know what, I'm just going to sit out and play it safe. And he played it safe. And then come the second season, I don't know if he could have came back then. I think he was legitimate, like he was done. And so that's 2 years in a row. You're getting paid so much money that you're not available to participate in 2 meaningful games in your career as a Charlotte Hornet. That's disturbing. And I'm quite sure that resonated all the way up to the highest of heights in the Charlotte organization. So I don't know. Gordon Hayward, if he kind of stumbled out the gate, I think they're gonna put ties with him. I really believe that.
But what if the Lakers trade for him after this season is over? What if the Lakers trade for him? Because I would say the Clippers, but they don't have any money. But what if the Lakers say, yeah, we'll give Gordon Hayward a try?
No, the Lakers not finna give Gordon Hayward nothing, because they already package up a deal for Westbrook, and Gordon Hayward is a part of that package. And the Lakers, and as soon as he said Gordon, they hung the phone up. They didn't even say Hayward.
I don't know, man. He needs to go to a playoff team.
Yeah, he needs to go up to Toronto. Yeah, that's where he needs to go. If Indiana don't want him, go to Toronto. Go to a whole nother country and try to make it happen.
And play. Don't they got to pay double taxes?
I don't know what the hell they got to do. Just get the hell away from Charlotte. You know what I'm saying? Just go, man. You know what? I'm surprised that he didn't want to go to Indiana. That's surprising to me. Like when Indiana wanted to fisher him off of Charlotte, and Miles Turner was in the loop for that trade. I'm surprised he didn't want to go. I know people was capping on other streams talking about he had a no trade clause. That dude ain't never had no trade clause.
Oh, he doesn't have a no trade clause?
Nah, he don't. Nah, he got one. No. He got a 15. Only thing he got is a 15% trade kicker.
The Reds don't have a no trade clause.
Nah, only 10 players in NBA history got a no trade clause. Breaking up, Dex.
Zach LaVine might have one.
Zach LaVine don't got one.
I said Zach LaVine might have one.
Nah, he don't.
Yeah, Zach LaVine qualifies. He qualifies. I don't know if that's negotiated in his contract, but he qualified for a no trade clause.
Yeah, he did, but he didn't get one. He didn't get one. It's only 10 players in the NBA. He's got no trade clause. And the only current players that actually have one is LeBron and Bradley Beal. That's it.
No, LeBron don't have one.
Didn't have one.
No, LeBron don't got no trade clause.
I said that's current players in history.
You said in history. Oh, my bad. Okay.
Yeah, in history. Look, LeBron don't got one now, but he did before.
But what about Steph? Do he have one now? Because he qualifies. Steph qualified. Klay Thompson qualified, and Draymond Green qualifies.
Draymond Green don't got one.
I know they qualified though. But what's your name? Yeah. So who got one do anybody have one now? Like presently?
Somebody did.
It's Bradley Beal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Bradley Beal has a no trade clause.
That's crazy.
Exactly.
You're breaking up real bad, Dex.
Zach got to have a trade clause. I'm saying Zach got to have a no trade clause. Somebody needs to research that because I could have sworn that was a part of his negotiation.
I'm looking it up right now. I'm gonna look up Bradley Beal for you right now too. I'm gonna look it all on.
Yeah, I'm quite sure Bradley Beal had one because he definitely qualified.
Yeah, Bradley Beal. 2026, 2077 player option. Decline at the player option. A no trade clause and a 15% trade bonus. So I'm gonna go to Zach LaVine. By the way, I looked at Steph Curry. He don't have one.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
I knew he
did. I told you, Dex. They told you, Dex. There's only.
It's hard. I know it's hard to get it. It's hard to get
it. They came out and said only 10 players in NBA history got one.
Yep.
NBA history.
But you remember people was capping about he didn't have no trade clause?
Yep.
Like these people have some really goofy research.
Man, Zach LaVine don't got one. The only thing he got is player option at 50% trade bonus. That's it.
Oh, he don't even have one.
Nope.
Wow, I'm surprised with Zach though.
He got that fit in Washington. Love to hand out that little 15% because ain't that what they gave John Wall 15%?
I'm not even sure. I'm not sure about John Wall.
I could have sworn that's their favorite number over there, 15%.
I can't believe he didn't put that in his no trade clause. Maybe they gave him more for guaranteed then.
Yep, and Gordon Hayward has a 50% trade kicker. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, him and Rozier got a trade kicker.
That's funny.
Dang, I can't believe Zach didn't get it a no trade clause. It has to be. They probably negotiated that far as guaranteed, the amount that's guaranteed. Because normally, when you have an opportunity to get a no trade clause, you get that.
No, I'm looking at the deal right now for Terry Rozier. The only thing Terry Rozier has, he has a fully guaranteed in 2025-2026 season. He does not have a 50. He does not have a kicker.
I thought he had like a 10% kicker.
Nope, he doesn't.
They did something where they signed the contract to where if they trade him before a certain period within that contract, they get some kind of penalty.
It may be in there, but I
thought I read something about a kicker too, or something to that nature.
Nope, I'm looking at it right here. They'll usually tell you if it has a kicker or not, and it doesn't have one up here.
All right.
Come on, Dex. Okay, what about Terry Rozier then?
Terry Rozier don't have a kicker. Gordon Hayward has a trade kicker.
15%.
I'm
Terry
talking
Rozier don't
about
have
to
one.
the Lakers. I'm talking about to the Lakers. Come on.
What about the Lakers?
I'm talking about that. What about Terry Rozier then?
I mean, what about him? You talking about trade him to
They
the Lakers?
talking about just Terry.
We'll take Terry Rozier. We'll take Terry. Under LeBron's stewardship, we'll take Terry. With Darvin Ham the coach, hell yeah. We'll slap the shit out of Terry to make sure he gets sick.
But Purple Baby, who you want back from the Lakers?
Not THT.
THC, you want THC? Take him. Matter of fact, I'll walk him over there.
You heard me. You heard what I said. Not. If they willing to give up a first round pick, because they're gonna
I'll walk him over there.
I mean,
and shake his hand. And shake your hand while I deliver.
The Lakers don't have a first round pick. That's the point.
To 20,000 to 2027 and 2029. I think that was only 2 years.
Yeah, they ain't got no picks. You can't get no first round pick from the Lakers.
There's no telling what the earth might be in anarchy by the time the Lakers get their first round pick.
They got any second round picks?
I'm quite sure they got some second round picks.
Charlotte don't need no more second round picks. We got plenty.
Hell yeah, the whole team is second round pick except Melo.
Yeah, man, they got plenty.
I'm not saying keep it, but you gotta send something back.
Yeah, we'll give you some second round picks.
Man, Terry, man, ain't nothing on the Lakers.
That's a hell of a finesse.
There, man. We need to go somewhere else to get somebody else for Terry, man.
Get Danny Ainge. I'm gonna see who we get. Ooh, this is gonna be funny, man. Danny Ainge.
Man, I would not ever trade with Danny Ainge. You gonna always end up in a bad deal. Messing around with that fool.
Somehow, some way. How do he do that?
Man, I don't know how he be fleecing. I don't know how he be fleecing, man.
They probably be trading steak dinners and stuff.
He must be writing contracts in a different language.
Man, that man, he must be. Man, he must be blackmailing. You don't take this, I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah, I got something on you, pervert.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, man.
That's a fact.
I'm telling you, I'm like, I don't know how he be getting away with this robbery.
Jerry West, because Jerry West used to be the fleester. Now there's Danny Ainge.
Yeah, he used to be.
I'm like, how did Jerry West pull that off?
Yeah, I want to know that too. But Lakers fans don't like to talk about that.
Say that again.
I don't like to talk about how y'all got particular players.
So listen, I'm gonna give you only 10 players in NBA history ever had a no trade clause. It's Bradley Beal, LeBron James, Kevin Garnett, Kobe Bryant, Dirk Nowitzki, Dwayne Wade, Carmelo Anthony, John Stockton, David Robinson, and Tim Duncan. That's it.
Damn. Now, did you say it's Carmelo?
Nope, he ain't on the list.
Ooh.
Only 10 players in NBA history.
Carmelo like that?
Yep.
Wow.
You know what I find crazy about age is that I remember.
How even Isaiah Thomas?
Nope.
Celtics Isaiah or the other Isaiah from Detroit?
No, I'm talking about Detroit. Yeah, I'm talking about Detroit.
But Kevin Durant is, oh my God, man. That man's 33. I can't believe he's that old.
Crazy thing is, though, Kevin Durant not even on this list.
That's not surprising. He's
I think the year he was qualified to receive one, he went to Golden State.
Yep. LeBron,
right?
Kevin Garnett. Boy, my man, Kevin Garnett was on that list. Wow, that's crazy.
I remember them saying Kevin Durant. Kevin Garnett had one. I remember that.
Yeah, Kobe Bryant, of course. I mean, that's
so
Kobe.
you telling me Marbury never got a no trade clause?
You talking about Stephon Marbury? Make it out of here.
Sham. Now, what about Sham God? Now, come on.
I mean, listen. I love Stephon Marbury, man. But nah. He's not a no trade clause player.
Oh my God! What the disrespect of New York point guards.
Man, I love Stephon Marbury. He's just not a no trade clause player in the NBA. I mean,
Tracy McGrady never got one.
No.
Ooh, no. Vince Carter.
He probably was eligible when but he got traded to Houston.
Yeah.
So Carmelo Anthony was on that list, probably from when he left Denver and went to New York.
Yep.
Shoot.
Wow.
Dang on David, the Admiral was on that list.
I know.
You know, and
he
I
was
guarantee
one.
you.
Wait, read that list again. Let me see who the oldest. Who was the oldest?
All right, so let me read the list again. It's Bradley Beal, LeBron James, Kevin Garnett, Kobe Bryant, Dirk Nowitzki, Dwayne Wade, Carmelo Anthony, John Stockton, David Robinson, and Tim Duncan. The oldest is probably John Stockton on that list.
No, David Robinson.
You sure?
Yeah.
I thought John was older than David.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. I think John is old. I think John came in '80. He came in with Magic or 1 year after Magic.
Yeah, I think David came in a little bit. I mean, they might be around the same age.
So David came in like either '87. I think he came in '87.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
David
he was in the military.
In the elite. Yeah, he was in the military, so he probably would have came in the elite early if he didn't have to deal with the military. But I think he had a growth spurt in the military. So.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I know.
The Admiral.
Yep, the Admiral, man. But that's who on that list, man. But Dex, I get Dex. You always, Dex. It is always crazy. Anytime there's a generational, life-changing NBA big man that comes literally flapping out of the woodworks out of nowhere, it feels like the San Antonio Spurs always end up with them suckers, man.
I know, huh? That's crazy, right?
The Admiral. They were talking about him, but he was that new generational wave of big man that was athletic, that could run and everything. Spurs get him. The next generational big man, Tim Duncan, supposed to be this fundamental big man. They get him. I guarantee you they're going to get that Victor dude, man. I'm going to be mad when they get him, too. Man, they probably will. Because the Spurs going to be the bottom of the barrel. Even though it's a lottery, they probably going to have the most tickets in the lottery. So they're going to have the most chances to get him. And I guarantee they're going to get him. Especially, and I wouldn't be proud of, what's his name? What's the commissioner name? Adam Silver. I wouldn't be surprised if he do him a solid. Since they was so
I don't know.
bad.
I don't think Adam Silver is like David Stern. See, David Stern used to stir the pot. You know what I'm saying? I think Adam Silver is going to let the chips fall where they may.
Man, the chips gonna fall right into Spurs. They're gonna pick.
Then again, they did give him Zion Williamson, right?
Yeah, they did. Get
that was weird.
that.
Yeah,
that was out of nowhere, huh?
Yeah,
out of nowhere, huh? And Knicks were the worst team. The Knicks was itching to get Zion.
Yep.
Ended up third. Listen, when I mean to tell you, I was laughing so hard. I hate to do it to Knicks fans, but I was laughing so hard.
A whole lot of people was laughing so hard because they was really thinking that they was going to have Zion. They was having Zion. They was having Zion parties.
It was close.
Flight before y'all even grabbed and y'all was having Zion parties. Remember that?
Man.
That was crazy.
So, I agree, man. But I mean,
you're gonna get some money.
Yeah, y'all will, man. You know, maybe if Danny Ainge lighting up on them picks, man, y'all might be able to get Donovan.
You think they really want to trade him though?
Trade for it? I mean, listen.
I think they're just like Brooklyn. They don't want to trade for none of their people, man.
Man, listen, because Danny Ainge asking for like 7-8 picks, man.
That's why
this man asking for all world picks because he got that deal done with Rudy Gobert when he got like 5-6 picks. You know, he trying to get all them picks from the Knicks. He know they got a lot of picks. He's trying to get every last one of them, man. Crazy.
He ain't gonna get it. That's what's holding up the deal.
Like, listen. If you can throw in players like Quickly, Obi Toppin,
we're trying to keep Obi. You're gonna get Grimes.
He's trying to get rid of some of those young players. But Donovan, that's cool. Take him. Yeah. But all those picks, heck no, man.
They trying to get the picks and the players. That's the problem.
Man, that's the
Yeah,
issue.
you got to
man.
get one or the other.
Like,
but the problem is they're trying to. The Knicks got all the. The Knicks trying to bet against themselves, so they got to be careful.
yeah, I agree.
Who
I
did
agree,
Utah
man.
pick up though? I mean, did Utah pick up anybody? Really?
No,
not really, man.
Whoever they got from Minnesota.
Man, a lot of those players, they probably gonna pick up some veteran players.
They got one dude who's good. I forgot his name.
They got the players from Minnesota, which
Who's
gonna be bottom feeders.
Who's Beverly? They got Beverly. Who else?
Well, they're probably gonna buy out Beverly, but they got Beverly. They got what's his name? Beasley. They got Beverly.
Beasley. He's good.
They got Beasley's good. They got Beverly, Beasley, and Vanderbilt.
He'll be good with Clarkson.
Yeah. Which I think they probably gonna buy out. I think they probably gonna buy out Beverly and let him go to a contender team, which is what you want to do. You probably end up going to the Lakers because he talked about going to the
Clippers.
Lakers.
No, he didn't go back to Clippers. No, he done.
Nah,
Quiet. Yeah, quiet ain't having that.
Yeah, he probably gonna go back. He probably gonna go to the Lakers to play with LeBron. He said he want to go play with LeBron.
He said give up 10 toes.
Yep.
All toes.
He'll be a foot, no toes.
So, we're gonna get up. We're about to get up out of here and get back with the people tomorrow, man. We'll shut it down.
Yes,
we
sir.
appreciate you, Dax. We appreciate America, Coach, everybody that graced the stage with us.
Yep,
Salute to the
FYF.
chat. Yeah, we love y'all. Without the people, we can't do it. We salute
Marvin,
you.
Unstoppable.
Right, y'all have a good night. It's Flight Sports TV. We appreciate y'all. Follow us on Instagram. Salute to the people. Hit the like button.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Like I said, Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.